Hello friends, my name's Aaron Ciotti, everybody calls me Ciotti. Thanks for coming. I just got called a communist over on Joshua Bardwell's stream, and it's only 3 days into the year. I didn't even say anything, I was just sitting there. Thanks for coming. Today is... what did I name today? Betaflight Setup Sunday. 2 S's in a row. That's the best you're going to get from me. Sometimes. In the chat, we've got lots of lovely people. Chuck Toe, Squints FPV, Proton to Go, Kevin Smith, Free Range Chicken RC, Gary Higgins, Rick Zapata, RC Ritter FPV, Private Island FPV, Test Pilot ERB, Arctic Ice Quad, Richard, RC Ritter again, Wrong Way FPV, Sac 14, Save Sacramento in the house, Gel Captain, Don Lads, Dion B, KD2RDH, Larry, GTX 1666 GB. Somebody's YouTube name is a what's that, a video card? I'm not a computer guy. Riot 9 is here. Richard, CMYK FPV in the house. Doc Murdoch, Chomper, Big Sarge, lots of repeats now. Gotta get in early if you want to get your shout out. If you want to talk to me directly, all you've got to do is type at CiottiFPV or just CiottiFPV. I don't know why all of a sudden I just said at. When you type CiottiFPV into the chat, it lights up in orange, and I know that you're talking to me. Looks like everybody's using the at symbol, but you don't actually need to use the at symbol. You certainly can. It doesn't hurt anyone. Free Range Chicken tagged me, then Gary Higgins, then Sac14 Save. He's asking, what's the best 5-inch 6S 1800 to 1950 kV top-of-the-line motors on the market right now? I haven't tested them all. But I've had really good luck with the T-Motor F40 Pro 4s. And they're on sale somewhere. One of the things I try to do over on the Patreon page, which you can get into for as little as $3 a month, is when I see like a really good deal, I'll throw a post up there so that you guys can get access to that really good deal. And usually that really good deal saves you more than $3, so the Patreon channel pays for itself right away. Right? Where's the tab? Too many tabs opened. Here it is. HeliDirect. HeliDirect has T-motors on sale right now. $26 per T-motors for, I want to say, 19-ish. Yeah, I really dig the F40 Pro 4. The F40 is T-Motor's way of saying 2306. And then Pro 4, as in, like, it's their 4th generation of their professional motor line. So yeah, I really like those. They're also really light. There are, so like on the heavier side of 2306s are going to be like the Zing motors. On the super lightweight side are going to be the Steel Silks, V3 Stouts rather. And then the T-motor is not exactly right in the middle. It's kind of over here somewhere, a little bit closer to the light end of the spectrum. But they seem like they're a whole lot tougher than the lightest motor option. Just from experience crashing them myself and talking to other people that have flown them versus the other ones. So there you go. There's some options for you. They're gonna be 1950 kV. That's gonna be a ton of power. Just motor scale it down in the PID tab. I run mine at like 80%, believe it or not. I don't want tons and tons and tons of power. The less power, I try to fly setups with the least amount of power I can possibly stomach, because the less power, the more sensitive your throttle throw becomes. If you have, your throttle throw is only ever going to be this long. If you have 1,000,000 horsepowers in this distance, every little bit you move that stick is going to be a big jump of power. If you have only a little bit of horsepowers in that stick throw, if you move the stick a little bit, you're able to just move yourself up an inch, right, in elevation, for example. And that's what I try to do. I try to embrace the subtlety of flying, which is something that sort of naturally happens once you've flown for years and years and years. Your learning curve is very steep, and then it kind of plateaus and levels off, and you don't get, after like 2+ years of flying, there's no like big gains anymore. Like you only get a little bit better at a time, and that's when I say subtlety, that's what I mean. Yeah, that's sort of like the meta of anything that you get really into and get really good at. Gel Captain tagged me, Don Lads tagged me, CMYK says what's up, Doc Murdoch saying hey, we've got T-Bird saying hey, if the shoe fits. There's Sacramento again, Banshee Frenzy saying what up, Gary Higgins. I'm getting uncommanded movements after about half throttle when yaw and roll or pitch at the same time. What could cause that? Uncommanded movements after half throttle when yaw and roll, so coordinating, or yaw or pitch, so saying yaw and pitch at the same time. What could cause that? The first thing that comes to mind is that the motors are getting fully saturated for some reason, and there's a motor that's not. It's interesting that it. So that I'm coming to that thinking because it's only happening after half throttle. So after half throttle, you're asking a good amount from the motors. Gary, tell me about the setup. Like, if you've got, like, so as an example, if you have, like, if that setup is like an 1103 motor on like a 3-inch prop, which is way too big of a prop for that motor, and then it's like, if it's like 10,000 kV on like 6S, right? In that scenario, by the time you got to half throttle, this is probably not I'm just using extremes, but like, a setup like that, by the time you got to half throttle, those motors would be saturated. They'd be giving everything they've got, and then that could then cause some sort of a uncommanded motion issue. So that's why I'm asking you to tell me a little bit more about your setup and see what we can figure out. DronePilot tags me, says hey. X Falcon X says hello. How can I reduce the vibrations of my quad? It's a Stingy V2 frame with Zing E motors, Foxeer F722, V2 T-Motor Pacer 55 amp ESC 4S battery. Falcon, so easiest thing to do is to take your props off, plug it into Betaflight, go into the motors tab, plug a battery into the rig, and spin each motor up in the motors tab. Just grab the motor slider and just pull it up and then pull it back down. You're gonna feel like the scale goes from like 1,000 at the bottom to 2,000 at the top. When you get into the 1,300 range of that of each one of those meters that you're ramping the motors up, you're gonna feel that in the 1,300s they vibrate the most. When you're doing that test, put one of your hands on the quad so that you can feel the vibrations coming from the motors. And what you're feeling for is whether or not one of the motors vibrates worse than another. This is the easiest way to figure out if you've got a bent motor bell or just a motor that's out of balance for some reason. If all 4 motors feel the same, you're still not out of the woods. They could all be bad, like they could all be vibrating too much. Probably not, but technically speaking, that could be the case. Motors should be pretty smooth. Like if you do that test and you put your rig down on like a non-padded desk surface, right? When you ramp the throttle up like that with each motor, it should kind of give you a little bit of a rattle on the desk, but it shouldn't be bad. If the motors are bent, like you'll usually know about it. Like when you get into that 1,300 range, it'll be chaos. Like, so yeah, that is the most common cause of vibrations. The other possible option is the propellers. There are propellers being sold that are not well balanced. Try like a known good propeller, like the Gemfan 5143. I mean, to be really honest with you guys, Gemfan, in my experience, is the company that makes the best balanced props, full stop, like across the board. So if you just go with a Gemfan prop, you're pretty much removing the possibility that the propeller itself is out of balance. And then you also want to take a look at your flight controller. Your flight controller should be well damped on the rubber standoffs, or the rubber grommets. You want to have your standoff screws, make sure that they're nice and vertical, and then the flight controller wants to come down on those standoff screws so that it's not like preloaded in one. What can happen is if one of the standoff screws bends like this, if you put the flight controller on, that will like compress the hell out of that rubber grommet on that one corner, and it'll put the flight controller into this state where it's not floating on those rubber grommets anymore. It's like hard mounted basically. The easiest test is to take your rig, to take your little finger and just give the flight controller a little push to the side, and it should move a little bit. Like there should be. You want it floating. You want the flight controller to be floating in space with nothing acting on it. So as the quad is always going to vibrate, so the quad can vibrate around the flight controller. So sit there and just poke and prod at your flight controller. Make sure that like the grommets aren't too compressed. Make sure that there's not something pushing in it, right? You want the rubber grommets on the flight controller to soak up a lot of the vibration. It's pretty incredible how much they do. I know they don't look like much, but they do an awful lot. And you just want to make sure that you basically you don't have something going on that's hard mounting your flight controller, because hard mounted flight controllers transmit all the vibrations, and that tends to be too much. Those are really the two big things. Your question is, how can I reduce the vibrations? Those are the two big ways to reduce the amount of vibrations, physical vibrations, getting into the gyro. Outside of that, if that doesn't work, I'm assuming the quad's not flying great if you're asking this question. If that doesn't work, then potentially the issue. Well, also check the frame. Take the arms and grab the motor and twist. Twisting an arm is the easiest way to figure out if the arm is starting to delaminate. Sometimes arms will delaminate and you won't be able to look at it and see it. The other thing you want to do is grab your rig from the corners and try to bend the arms down and try to bend the arms up. You're just looking for a broken arm. You're gonna do it on both sides, and you're looking for one arm that's weaker than the other. There's no way for me to tell you like X, Y, or Z frames, put this much force on it. You're just looking for one arm that's different. Also, it could be an issue with the frame. It's probably not. If that's a known good frame. So also check all your bolts. Make sure all the specifically the arm and the motor bolts. Make sure those are all tight as well. And yeah, outside of that, physical stuff. Usually it's something physical, especially if the quad ever flew good, and now all of a sudden it's not flying good. It's probably a physical thing, unless you went into the firmware and screwed it up yourself, right? But yeah, if you build a rig and it flies good at some point in its life, and it's not flying good anymore, it's probably a physical issue. Again, unless you screwed up the firmware, right? Because how the hell else would it change? What would, I guess elevation, temperature, but I think you guys understand what I'm getting at there. Really good question, Falcon. If none of that works, if you have additional questions, CiottiFPV everywhere. If you want to support me, CiottiFPV.com. I have a Patreon page. I have all kinds of good stuff going on over there. If you really want to learn, on Fiverr, I have a bunch of gigs. I am now working with people to teach them how to tune, help them improve their flying skills, build advice, like I'm building a 3-inch rig that I want to do this, and this with. What's the best set of components? Yeah, lots of cool stuff going on Fiverr. Trying to find a way to keep this thing going full time, because when I do this full time, I can do a lot more projects and testing and lots of good stuff to help as many people out as possible, because that's sort of what the whole purpose of this thing has been since the get-go. Dustin Gable saying, hey, T-Bird says 3 days into 2021, and this is my first time out of bed. Hope that makes you feel better. Glad you're out of bed, T-Bird. That's all that matters. Fuck the first 2 days. All that matters is right now, man. Speaking of not being able to get out of bed, over on Facebook, I've got a group called FPV Space Therapy. You have to type the space bar. Don't write the word space. Because there is an FPV without a space therapy. But that's not us. We're hanging out. We're talking mental illness. We are trying to just keep going. Because a lot of days that's all that I can hope for. That is best case scenario, is just being able to make it to the end of the day. Some of you guys will understand that. Some of you won't. If you don't, I'm very jealous of you. Consider yourself very lucky. It sucks. If you want to learn more about it, just to be a better human being, to better understand like 1 in 5 people that you meet, because that's roughly how many people are affected by mental illness, come on over and read some of our stories, and you'll just kind of get a little bit of a better understanding for what a lot of people deal with, which could help you. You ever have that friend that like cancels on you all the time, and you just kind of can't figure out why? It's a good chance that friend's got mental illness issues, and their anxiety or is too much, or they're having a panic attack, or they're agoraphobic, or their depression has them literally unable to get out of bed for 2 full days. It's a real thing, and it's real tough, but we wake up every day and try our best. Big Sarge is in the house. He says, I'm having a problem with X-Racer F303 that isn't recognized by my Betaflight. All of my others read fine. What can I do to get it to work? X-Racer F303. What is an X-Racer F303? So that's a flight controller. Ooh, that's an old flight controller. 2016? Wow. Isn't recognized by my Betaflight. Did Betaflight drop F3 support? Could that be what it is? I know they dropped F1 support. I think Betaflight might have dropped F3 support. I think that's why You can't get that thing going. Man, that's an old flight controller. I mean, you can get like an F7 30x30 flight controller for about $30-something nowadays. It might be worth it to just not even spend the time, right? Like, what's your time worth trying to get this thing working? And then at some point, Betaflight is gonna, if they haven't already, at some point they are gonna fully drop F3 support, and then you're gonna be kind of screwed anyway. I try not to. I try to not ever have my advice be, hey, go spend money. But at the same time, yeah, our time is valuable, right? So, and flight controllers just aren't all that expensive. Also, the gyros wear out on flight controllers, so like buying a new flight controller for your rigs like every year, every other year, every 6 months, depending on how hard you fly, is not a terrible idea because the gyro is going to wear out. Yeah, gyros are unfortunately a wear item. I'm just recently realizing, wrapping my head around this, in the same way that my hobby previous to this was motorsports, and it's a really terrible realization when you realize that wheels, alloy wheels on your car, when you start racing your car, become a wear item. Like, you don't think of wheels as a wear item. You think like, oh, I spent $1,000 on this fancy set of wheels. They're good forever. Until you start banging them into curbing at 120 miles an hour, right? When the car is leaned over at like 1.7, 1.8 G through a corner. Yeah, gyros take a lot of abuse. Gyros have a bunch of little fingers in there that are moving around, and the little fingers detect all the motion. And yeah, we take them up in the air and shake the shit out of them, right? From the motors and the props going crazy. And then we go 80 miles an hour and smash into a brick wall and put like hundreds and hundreds of instantaneous G-forces into all those little fingies. So yeah, flight controllers are, and more specifically gyros, are a wear item. So the fact that the software developers like are developing so quickly and make this otherwise perfectly good flight controller from just 4 years ago, well, 5 years ago now, Jesus. Yeah, it makes me feel a little bit better about that, I guess. But yeah, otherwise, if they have dropped F3 support from the official version of Betaflight, I can pretty much guarantee you, they've been doing this, that they have a slimmed down version of Betaflight for you. So like, let me just go to Google and type in Betaflight 4.2 for F3. And let's see how good Google is. Well, here's Mark Spatz telling you what to do. Done. Yeah, so it looks like there's some good content. Let's do a Command F and search for F3. Didn't find anything under F3, so this isn't the deal. But yeah, look at this. F3 board performance edition with RPM filter. Spatz has got your back. Here comes a link in the chat. There you go. Spatz got your back. I couldn't think of what it's called. Yeah, it's called Performance Edition. And that's probably what you need. If not, send me a message and we'll keep figuring it out. Tristan Stoneman says, thanks for trying to help with the QX7. I sent you a pic of the board. The other side doesn't even have the piece to take off. Hey, Collective. Tristan's got a new QX7, an Access QX7, that he's trying to do the high baud rate mod chip on. I feel like I remember, I almost feel like I remember somebody saying on the Access ones you didn't have to do that. Chat, one of you guys knows. Hook Tristan Stoneman up. Here's his name. Tag him. Tag him to make sure that he sees it. There's his name. And tag me too, because I want to know. This will be quicker than me digging for it. Gel Captain says, did you already use the HGLRC stack in one of your builds? I did not, but it's right here. It's as things get closer to the little workbench area, there's a better chance that I'll actually use them. So yeah, I've got 2 Ripsqueak frames coming. This is going to go into one of them. It's an HGLRC ESC, which is drilled M2, which I really don't like. But we won't talk about that. It's one of their flight controllers here with the nice big pads on it, which is drilled M4. I can't make this shit up, guys. And then it's their new Zeus VTX, which is drilled all over the place. It's drilled like 26 by 26, 30 by 30, 20 by 20, and it's M2, then M3, then M2 again. So yeah, somebody posted about their HGLRC something or other not working right, and on a Facebook group, and I went in there and I said, yeah, I've had a really rough time with HGLRC, as have many other people. And HGLRC replied back and they said, hey, can we send you some of our stuff? And I said, wow, that takes some guts. Sure. I later realized that, what am I going to do? Talk more? I already talked shit on them, right? Like, I already told someone that not to buy their stuff, so what am I going to, it's not going to make me any worse if it blows up. But at the same time, hey, that's standing behind your product, I guess, right? Saying like, hey, this guy hates us. Let me see if we can turn him around. It's kind of cool. I'll give him props for that. And I hope it's great. I really do. I never want to just demonize a company for the sake of demonizing them. That doesn't help anything or anyone. But at the same time, like, burn me once, shame on me. Burn me twice, shame. You know what I mean? Like, burn me 4 fucking times. You're getting demonized. At least for a while. You know what I mean? But I think that... So that was like... 3 years ago that I was having a lot of issues with HGLRC. Since then, I've seen a lot of other people post that they have issues too, but it's really hard to judge based off of that, right? Because everybody that has a bad experience goes on the internet and screams about it. Not many people that have a good experience do the same. They just enjoy the good experience that they're having. So yeah, I'm glad to... I basically decided that I wasn't going to spend any more money on HGLRC stuff. I didn't spend any money on this. So yeah, I'll give it another shot. It would be kind of unfair of me to not give it another shot, right? They sent it for free. So I hope it's great. I love the size of the pads on this flight controller. This 20 by 20 flight controller has some of the biggest pads, if not the biggest pads I think I've ever seen. I also like that one side of the board is relatively flat. One of the things that every once in a while a board designer will do, maybe by accident, maybe it's on purpose, is they will just put all of the tall components on one side of the board, but not on the other side of the board. And that really helps with really tight micro builds, where you're trying to really slam the stack. Like the Ripsqueak, for example, it's got a 20 by 20 ESC, and then a 20 by 20 flight controller, and then a 20 by 20 HD board. It's on a RunCam hybrid, so that HD board is only a single stack, but if I were to build this with a Tarsier, that would be a double stack HD board. And so you might be thinking, oh, we'll just buy a micro frame that has 2 separate stack locations. The problem with doing that is the frame gains about 10 grams. And 10 grams, that 10 grams will typically take like a 30-gram frame up to 40 grams. And that's a huge increase, right? Think of the percentage increase. Don't think of 10 grams, right? 10 grams doesn't weigh anything. But you know, the percentage increase is gigantic. That's what, like a 33-ish% increase. Think of your car. If your car got 33% heavier, right? I have a Miata that's like 2,000 pounds. If that got 33% heavier, that would go from 2,000 pounds to 2,600 pounds ish, and it would catch on fire from being too fat. So yeah, there you guys go. Crisp Tater says, "Yo, haven't been here for a while, but here I am. Good to have you, Crisp." Alexander is here. He says, "Flex those quads." Nice. Don Ladd says, "Been fixing my shit all day. I've got most done now. Most were silly stuff on my 6-inch strip down to replace the receiver. Put it back together, and the VCX was dead." Yeah, yeah. The only hobby where you can have one thing fail, spend like 3 hours ripping your stuff apart, putting it all back together, and miraculously another part just seemingly at random commits Harry Carey in in the process, and you have to do it all over again. Drone Man says, "I lost my quad yesterday. I'd been working on for a year." Ugh, that sucks, Drone Man. That, you know, it's funny with how like nuts I am about my builds. Right, one of the biggest fears for the fact that I could get a build done in 4 hours, almost certainly, from scratch, but I usually take 8, 10, 12. And one of my main worries in always doing that is exactly this. I haven't actually full-blown lost a rig yet. And the day that I do, well, there was a day I put one up on a roof in Trenton, New Jersey, and I was sure that I wasn't getting it back. And yeah, it felt like I lost like a friend or like a kid because of the time that I had invested in that rig and in the build and in the repairs and stuff. So yeah, when I read that, Drone Man, I was like, ugh, like it hurt me to my fucking soul, brother. That sucks, dude. Go crazy trying to get it back is my recommendation. Just like go leave it all on the table kind of thing, right? Like, don't feel like, oh, I could have done more to get that back, would be my only actual recommendation. Pour one out for Drone Man, everybody. CiottiFPV says, "I was searching for motor and came across Hyperlite 2207.5 E series. Is it any good, or are there better motors for a similar price?" Soupy, the Hyperlite motors, I never really see any freestyle pilots flying them. I see lots of racers flying them. So I don't know. Maybe it's just that's how they're being marketed. But I don't have I haven't heard any freestyle pilots talk about how those motors crash or just feel for freestyle. So I just have no idea. My guess is that they're probably totally fine. They're probably really good. Because most of the 2307, what are you talking about? 2207s? Yeah, same deal. Most of the motors right now are really, really good. Really, really, really good. So you're probably fine. But yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a gamble flying those for freestyle because, like I said, there's just not much data out there. Big Sarge put a space between Ciotti and FPV so it didn't turn orange, but I just happened to see it. He says, I have... Oh, all right, cool. Same question. We got that. Remy Tim is here. He flies a Stingy V2 and can confirm good sturdy frame when put together well. Gary Higgins says 5-inch 2306, 2450 kV, 4S 1500 mAh battery. GemFan 5147.7 HGLRC Titan F4 flight controller T-motor Velox ESC. It happens anytime I coordinate movements. Okay. 2306, 2450, 4S, 1500 mAh. GemFan 5147. Gary, when did this start? Gary's got some uncommanded movements that we were talking about earlier when he mixes yaw with roll or yaw with pitch. And so yaw is going to fire either these two or these two. And then roll is going to fire these two or these two. Pitch is going to fire these two or these two, right? So Gary is putting in yaw, which is, let's just say it's firing these two motors up, and then he's putting in either pitch or roll, which is gonna hit either one of these motors again, right? Ask it for more juice, thrust, whatever. And again, what I think is happening is one of these motors is running out of jam. It's just running out of the ability to make more power, and that's what's causing a little bit of an uncommanded movement. Gary, I think the easy I would check the simple stuff first. Pull the props off, put it in the motors tab, spin the motors up. Just make sure that it's not like a vibration issue that's making the PID tune be like at its limit already or something like that. You would kind of know that because the motors would be boiling hot. If you haven't tested the motors to make sure that they're not getting hot, do that for sure. I'm assuming that you already did that. But yeah, do the simple things for sure. Check, bend the arms, make sure that it's not a vibe issue. And then one of the things that you can do is just add like 10 points of P gain in. See what happens. Pushing 10 points of P gain will almost never immediately cook a motor or an ESC. And it gives the PID loop, which is an error correction loop, it gives it more authority. It gives it more power to correct uncommanded movements before they happen. So that's another thing that we can pretty easily do to try to at least figure out what the hell's going on here. But yeah, let me know when this started. I don't remember if you said it's a fresh build or not. You might have said that it's a fresh build. YouTube did the thing, scrolling back up, trying to find my place. That's how we do it. That is 90% of my job. Is YouTube doing the thing and me scrolling. Found my place. Drone Man says, I want to learn. I can help you, Drone Man. I'm the only guy that owns the URL, thefpvinstructor.com. Someday I'll do something with it. But that's sort of my main goal. Instructing in motorsports was something that I got more joy out of than I could have ever imagined, and I want to do the same with FPV. Yeah, instruction from someone that's really high level, that's put thousands of hours in to getting to that point, will save you probably hundreds of hours. In the thousands of hours that I've put into flying, I've learned a lot, and I can take a lot of that stuff and compress it down from taking months to a sentence. Is that worth $40? I think so, but that's up to you to decide. Falcon says, thank you really for your suggestions. You're certainly welcome, Falcon. Don Ladd says, I feel you, bro. Christmas has my mental illness up the wall. Yeah, for sure. Holidays are really nasty. Brandon's Baked Bean says, Betaflight dropped F3 long ago. I thought so. I'm always like hesitant to like, if there's any doubt in my mind, I'll always be a little bit wishy-washy so that if somebody goes back, they don't get, I don't know. I think when you say something like with certainty, you got to be a little careful, because you might not know the one weirdo situation that takes that uncertainty and flips it on its head. You know what I'm saying? Forgot to turn on the we've only got like 80% of the sexy lights on. Hold on. Let me office, purple, Red? Yeah, well, it's a purple kind of day. All right. That was important. It's important business here. Don't want to cover up the Don't want to cover up Sir Whitestig's helmet. Okay. Doc Murdoch says have him flash an older version of Betaflight configuration and an older version of Betaflight with 3.5 should be good to go. Yeah, that's the easiest. I guess I didn't fully hash that one out. Yeah. Great idea by Doc Murdoch. Betaflight 3.5.7 is a great piece of firmware. It just got really bright in here. The sun just hit this window really hard. Yeah, 3.5.7 is great. 3.5.7 is kind of it's basically Flight 1 and KISS, and to some extent Emu Flight. It's a pretty simplified, like pretty straightforward PID loop. Not any real like bells and whistles that are gonna like deal with specific flight problems like bounce back or prop wash or stick response. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? People that like KISS and Flight 1 are also the people that like Betaflight 3.5.7. They don't want any extra features. They just want a PID loop, and that's kind of it. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's a lot of performance being left on the table there, but you can still get that to perform really, really well. I look back at footage from 2 years ago, and it looks great. There are maneuvers that I literally couldn't do back then because there weren't these extra bells and whistles that Betaflight has brought to the table in 4.0, 4.1, 4.2. But you can still get it to like 90%, maybe? I don't know, just pulling a number out of the air. And 90% is pretty damn good. And a good pilot can take 90% and make it look amazing. I want to be a good pilot that has access to 100%. So I fly Betaflight 4.2, and I don't shut off all the extra bells and whistles. I learn how to use them. I learn how to use DMIN, DMAX DMIN, for my specific flight style. I learn how to use iTerm Relax, how to set that properly. I learn how to set the filters properly. And it's taken some time, for sure it's taken some time, but I decided to learn it a little bit deeper so that I had a little bit more of an understanding of what's going on behind the scenes, in hopes that I could then break it down and make it a little bit easier for you guys, because that's all I wanted when I was new in this, was somebody to say, do this, and there wasn't that. So yeah, that's there you go. It's a long answer to a short question. Don Ladd says all drone parts don't last long, bro. You know the best. LOL. Yeah, it is true. The sooner you realize in this hobby that pretty much all the gear is like could be gone tomorrow, other than like your transmitter and your goggles, right? Yeah, you want to have a little bit of mechanical sympathy, but with the understanding that like you're gonna crash really hard, and it's gonna happen soon. I don't know when, but it's gonna happen, and it's gonna be sooner than you'd like, and you're gonna lose a bunch of stuff in that wreck. That's a part of the game. You're not gonna get hurt, and it's not gonna cost you thousands of dollars. And those are two really good things. Those are two of the things that I personally, from my past hobbies, I really appreciate of this hobby. So try to look at the good side, I guess. BeepTube says access radios do not need the mod. I had a feeling. There you go. Tristan, sorry that you found my old video on the QX7 and thought that you needed that mod for the access version. Back when I made that video, there was no such thing as access, so I didn't know to say in the video, hey, if you have an access radio, you don't need to do this. But luckily, you probably only paid, what, $3 for the little piece? And there's Tristan. Okay, cool. You guys saved me. Awesome. There's T-Bird chiming in. Flips and Shifts FPV helping out. You guys are the best. I'm not the smartest guy in the room. I'm just the one with the camera pointed at him. I have a lot of experience in very specific things, but yeah. The collective, as we call ourselves, can get all the good info. And it's also nice to have 4 or 5 people say the same thing, right? Because then it's like, again, I don't know everything. I know a lot, but I don't know everything, and I'm not infallible. So I get shit wrong sometimes. You guys cover my ass, and that's kind of perfect. That's the way I want it to be. William Barlow says, but will your opinion change of HGLRC if their products have gotten better? For sure, William, because you can't buy the old stuff anymore. The old HGLRC products that I had really terrible experiences with are gone. If the new stuff that they currently sell is any good, I want you guys to know about it, because I want to give you guys as many options as possible, because I know that there's some people that are in different parts of the world where they straight up can't get like a whole company's worth of gear, right? Like the Talon F7, right? Like that's a flight controller that I talk a lot about. Well, that's sold from Heli Direct here in the U.S. Like that, I don't know if you can even get that outside the U.S. So if I'm sitting here like, hey, you know, Talon F7 or nothing, it's like, well, I live in Uzbekistan, so I guess it's nothing for me. You know what I mean? I want to have a couple different options for you guys, for a number of different reasons. Or you bought a Talon F7 and it blew up and you have a really bad taste in your mouth. I want to have at least one other option for you, or 2 other options, or 3 or 4. So yeah, for sure. If this stuff doesn't blow up, I'm all for it. In the process, though, we are going to talk about things like how I haven't looked yet at like how the pads are laid out, how these things are going to mount, whether or not, I mean, just looking at this, they've got FETs that are pretty close to these M2 holes. I've run into issues in the past where you put a spacer and the spacer pushes into the FET, and like there's all kinds of weird little things that could potentially happen, that we're gonna talk more about during the whatever live stream I build the Ripsqueak with this stuff. So, subscribe, click the bell thing, click, do things that more successful YouTube people tell you to do. Do things that people that have their shit together tell you to do. The truth hurts. If you're scared, go to church. Or not. Just be scared. It's cool. Jerjan X says, I'm just a starter, but my setup is a BetaFPV 140 frame with an Acon F4 stack, Emax Eco 1407s, Foxier Arrow V2, Eachine VTX03, and a FlySky mini receiver. That's a cool starting setup, Gertjan. I didn't see a question in there, but yeah, that's a good setup. The only thing I would maybe change out of those motors, I'm not a big fan of 1407s or 1507s. I'm a much bigger fan of like a 1404 or a 1504 and a half, the Brother Hobby motor. But yeah, I mean your starting setup, you should just kind of fly it, and you just keep pounding on it. It's your first setup is probably going to look nothing like your setup that you fly after like even a year. So don't go too crazy. Just focus on putting the stick time in right now. If you start to see, like, so my main worry with those Emax Eco 1407s is that they're kind of fragile. 7mm stators are really tall, and then that's an M5 nut motor, which makes it even taller. So in crashes, you've got this big tall motor on this carbon fiber arm, And during crashes, when the propeller hits the ground, it's torquing the hell out of that motor. And since it's so tall, it's a big long lever, so it's going to put a lot of stress on the arm itself. So if you're breaking arms, if you're breaking the, and I also know that those motors only have a 2mm motor shaft, which is kind of weak. So if you find yourself blowing up motors, breaking arms a lot, you can come down to a much smaller, much lighter, hopefully T-mount motor, which will improve durability quite a bit. And when you're new, durability is a big deal because you're gonna crash a lot. I mean, I'm 4 years in, and I crash almost constantly, at least once per battery, and I'm not exaggerating that. So yeah, other than that though, it looks like a good setup. Doc Murdoch says, congrats on your stream, having 6 times the viewership than in March last year. You're doing an amazing stream. How did you figure that out, Doc Murdoch? That's pretty cool. I like that. I like that statistic. Thank you. I'm not a goal person. When I set goals, it triggers something in my broken brain, because I suffer from mental illness, which is why I say that. And it's if there's a goal, all the way up until the point that I get to that goal, I'm a complete failure and I'm not getting there quick enough. And then when I get to that goal, there's zero celebration. It's just instantly, oh shit, what's next? What's interesting is I watch a lot of motorsport stuff on YouTube, and Jason Plato is a very famous British touring car driver, and he actually said in a recent interview with Johnny from Fifth Gear, he said the same thing, and I thought that was so interesting. He said how, like, every single championship he's ever won, you know, like British touring car championship, right? Like, arguably best driver in Britain. There are multiple race car series, but BTCC is a unbelievably competitive race series. Yeah, he said that same thing. He's like, it's just there's zero celebration. The second that I get there, it's just instantly about the next thing. So yeah, I don't really make goals, and in the same way, I don't really look at the analytics. It just doesn't put my head in a good place. I look at them every once in a while to be able to see, like, where people are coming from mainly, so that I know, like, should I be posting more on Facebook? Should I be posting more on Discord? Should I be working more on my thumbnails on YouTube? If everybody's coming from YouTube, right? But yeah, I don't look at, like, the other numbers. It just doesn't work for my brain. It's, you know, probably a bad thing, but being in a good place mentally is more important than anything else for me. Like, that is the one thing that I can do that will allow me to do this and everything in my life better. Did that cat wake you up?
Oh yeah, I've been up for a while.
I'm gonna kill him. Kristen's sick,
He's stuck in.
trying to get rest, and it's 3.5 hours before the cat's feeding time, and he's freaking out, screaming and yelling at the door, waking her up.
He's codependent. That's the problem. Like, as soon as I open the door, well, he snuck in, but I let him in. That's all he wanted, was to be with someone.
I don't know what to do with this little shitbag. I love this little guy so much, but he's got pancreatitis and some serious health problems, and that makes him hungry all the time. But we can't feed him all the time because he throws up. We have to keep him on, like, a very regimented feeding schedule, because literally, like, he'll just throw up, and it gets worse and worse. Him crying in between feedings. We'll figure it out. The trials and tribulations of trying to keep things living in your life outside of yourself. Drone Man says, thanks, you're certainly welcome. Test Pilot ERB says, what do you think of those X-Nova motors for long-range 4-inch or whatever uses? Test Pilot, I'm going to assume that you're referring to the X-Nova 1804s. In fairness to X-Nova, they have more than just the 1804s. They have 1404s, they have a bunch of different motors. I haven't tried out any of their other motors. I've only tried the 1804s, and they are amazing. They have, so two of the total deal breakers for me with motors are smooth versus notchy or coggy, and these are nice and smooth, and the motor shaft, the thickness of the motor shaft inside the stator, not on top. It doesn't matter on top because it's either M5 on top or it's T-mount, so there's no option. It's all about inside the stator where the motor shaft passes through the bearings. On most micromotors, they use a 2mm thick motor shaft, and once your all up weight gets above like 210, 220-ish grams, a 2mm motor shaft does not crash well at all, and you end up replacing a lot of motors. These X-Nova 1804s are one of the very, very few micromotors that has a 3mm motor shaft. I know that 1mm doesn't sound like a big increase, but like we were talking about earlier, you have to think of percentages. 2mm to 3mm is a 50% increase in just that measurement, and then you get pi going, and I think it's actually more than, I don't know. It's been a long time since I've been in math class. You guys know what I'm saying, though. There's a huge increase in strength going from a 2mm motor shaft to a 3mm motor shaft. So, yeah, these X-Nova 1804s are a really good choice. In terms of what you use them on, I'm going to finish up this Cinexplore here and give them a try on 3-blade and 5-blade and 6-blade Cinewhoop props, which should be interesting. I really like them on the Acrobrat, which has a broken base plate at the moment, which is, I pulled these off of there. On that Acrobrat at like 260 to 280 grams all up on 3-inch props, T-Motor 3140 propellers, it is mind-blowingly good. Like, scary, scary, scary good. Durable, torque, tons of control over the propeller, easy to tune. Yeah, it's a real like 5-inch experience in a micro, because the motor, if you look at the motor in terms of the proportions of the motor, what does it remind you of? Doesn't it remind you of the proportions of a 5-inch motor? Maybe there's something to that. There is. I've been screaming and yelling this for years and nobody's been listening. Because, yeah, most of the micromotors that we have look nothing like a 5-inch motor. They're very tall and they're not wide at all. Why would that work? Right? Like, why would the ratio of motor width to motor height that we've locked in on with 5-inch rigs be different when the propeller size comes down? There are reasons, but I'm not going to tell you those reasons because those reasons don't really... The reason is weight. You can decrease the weight of the motor very slightly by making it taller than wide. Way back when, the biggest issue with micros was a lack of power. So I'm assuming that's why it sort of happened, but that's not the issue anymore. That's not the biggest problem with micros anymore. So, yeah, we can shift. And the motor manufacturers have finally started to shift 6 or so months ago. So we do have some really good motor options available to us now. 1804s on a 4-inch prop, a 4-inch bi-blade, great. A 4-inch tri-blade still flies good. I'm going to give you an example here of what you can expect from that, because I do have an edit. So this is that setup. This is the Gemfan 4023, I think they are, tri-blades on those 1804 motors. And I think this is pretty decent. I need to mute this. But this is the performance that you can expect in spending some time with this combo. It is not quite enough motor for the propeller. It is a little bit. These motors are a little bit overpropped on the tri-blade 4-inch Gemfan props, which are the lightest of the tri-blade 4-inch props. So I can just say 4-inch tri-blade props. But it's totally flyable. The PID tune got close enough where with an onboard run cam hybrid, it was able to produce this footage, which it's not totally jello free. It's not totally mid throttle oscillation free, but it's pretty damn close, right? This looks pretty good. So yeah, if you wanted to keep the weight down, and so you asked about long range, if you wanted to keep the weight down, yeah, these would be a great option. That being said, these, I don't think that they weigh any less than the Brother Hobby 2004s. And the Brother Hobby 2004s on this same propeller felt much better. It was a much better combination of propeller to motor. But the Brother Hobby 2004s, and the reason why there's not much of a weight difference is those are a T-mount motor, whereas these X-Novas are M5 nut. There is actually a version of these that's T-mount now as well. There's an 1804 T-mount motor. So you can get it both ways. Yeah, the 2004 is going to give you a full-blown freestyle rig. Like it can yeah, it flies like a 5-inch. God, it flies real good. Real good. The T-mount 1804s are going to be a better long-range option, though, because long-range is different than full-on freestyle or cinematic work like this. So yeah, that's what they're really good for, in my opinion. Here's the link to this nonsense if you want to see it in full quality. To take a look at what you can expect out of the RunCam hybrid, which is kind of interesting. I'm still shocked at how decent the quality is of that edit. That was a prototype 4-inch frame from Rugi Kebab, and 300 and change all up weight on a 4S 850. Flew pretty good. I didn't love it for freestyle, but for cinematic stuff like that, it was totally fine. But yeah, the 2004 was definitely better, and I was able to get the tune to a point where it was much more locked in, and there was less. Just less movement, less better. When you go up in stator width, when you increase stator width, you create a longer lever, which creates instantaneous torque. So the response time gets a lot lower, and the response time lowering is the same thing as your latency lowering. All the effort that we put into lowering latency, the most of a decrease that you can possibly get in latency comes from lightening up your propellers and your rotating assembly, because it increases or it decreases the response time by doing that. And you can accomplish a similar thing by going wider on the motor to create more mechanical torque, which, yeah, improves the response time a lot. And when you think about your PID loop, your error correction, that runs at either 4,000 or 8,000 cycles a second. So that many times it's trying to make adjustments to the way that motor and prop combo is spinning. So just think about that. Think about how rapid that is. And then and then that should lead you down this road of like, oh my God, yeah, anything I can possibly do to make the mechanical system react as quick as the software is going to make a huge difference, right? And it does. One of the best things you can do for your tune is to have a more torquey motor, or a lighter weight rotating assembly. Don Ladd says, when you think you've lost a rig, it makes me feel sick. And I look and look till I find it. Nearly lost one when my goggles failed, and did lose one when I first started flying. Gutting, yeah. There'll be a day that I full blown lose one. Up until now, though, I've only had to spend like 6 hours thinking that it was gone. But in those 6 hours, I went through all the stages of grief. Dragonfly Guy says, how much do you charge to build the quad featured on Joshua Bardwell? Great question, Dragon. Thanks for asking. I don't know yet. I'm still working on getting all of the parts. I can only... At the moment, I can kind of only afford to buy like 1 or 2 parts per month for it. But I'm getting close. I've got I'm gonna do 4 to start. So I've got 4 glide frames. I've got 3 sets of the Newbie Drone flow motors. I've got 1 camera. I think I've got 2 VTXs. I've got the ESCs, I hope, somewhere. But that's it. I don't have a full setup yet. But it'll come. I have a little bit of money that I put aside every month for FPV stuff, and it's all been going to this lately. So as soon as I can. In terms of how much it's going to be, they're going to be expensive because I don't like building, and the less I like doing something, the more I have to charge or I lose my mind. So yeah, they're going to be like $500 is going to be my guess. Maybe a little more, maybe a little less. It also sort of depends on which motors go on it. Like I have 3 sets of these Newbie Drone flows. I did that on purpose. The 4th build is going to have some other motor, probably an F40 Pro 4. But yeah, we'll see. A couple people have already messaged me and said, I don't care what it costs. Just let me know when it's ready. So yeah, I gotta... and then, you know, so for those people that are sort of like pre-ordering them, when I get a little bit closer, I'm going to message them and say like, hey, I haven't built it yet. What do you want for motors? To give them a little bit of, customization option. Because yeah, it doesn't really matter anymore. There are so many good components out there that there just isn't like, and there kind of never was, but there was more of like a secret setup way back when, 2 whole years ago. There's no secret setup now. Look at all the Pro Pilots setups. There's like nothing that's the same between them. Every single Pro Pilot has a completely different set. Has a completely different frame. You know, most of them have their own frame. Most of them have their own motors. Most of them have their own propellers. I'm not a Pro Pilot. What? Don't call me a Pro Pilot, people. Don't. Stop calling me that. You know what I'm saying? So there's not like... There's a ton of really good components out there. Like today, we're in a much better place than we were even like a couple months ago. Like it's the cream has really risen to the top. In this hobby. There's still some junk out there for sure, but it's a lot easier to find out the junk than it's ever been. So yeah, don't like hold out for some like magical secret combo. My rig flies the way it does mainly because it's lightweight. I tried to mention that a couple times when Josh and I were talking at Cisco, or Technicolor rather. But I don't know if it really came through in the way that he edited it. Which, unless I just say it the whole time, it's not going to hit as hard as I think it needs to. But yeah, 600 to 610 gram rigs, you remove a lot of the extra work that the error correction has to do when the rig is nice and light like that, and when the arms are nice and light. You don't have a ton of momentum that you have to stop and deal with all these other issues like bounce back and stuff like that. So yeah, and some simple tuning stuff. Like I've spent a lot of time figuring out how to tune rates and Betaflight to give footage that's smooth, even though I'm not sometimes on the sticks. What's up, lady?
This is what I'm trying to find.
So yeah, that's one thing that's the one thing that I was hoping that kind of came across. That was the one big reason that I sent that rig to Joshua, is that like, everybody talks about stick response and stick feel, and that stuff is all great, but I would rather have the footage look a little bit better and have to adjust to the stick feel. Like, when I make the stick feel really crisp and really dialed and really, like, perfect, I hate the way the footage looks. Because it's just thrashy and it's just sharp and like mechanical and just like hard to watch. So I've put a lot of effort into correcting that so that I can fly hard and I can fly aggressively, but the footage is more cinematic, more watchable. I have a feeling that my little blurb in the Flow State documentary is going to be talking about how my wife Kristen is kind of my analog for my flying. If I play my flying back to her as a normie, right, as not a pilot that hasn't had their brain warped into allowing what's going on the screen to fucking flip and right, like, when you play your footage for a normie, isn't the first thing out of their mind, Jesus Christ, how do you do this? I can't watch. I'm going to throw up. I don't like that. I just decided at one point that, like, I didn't want that to be the response that my non-FPV friends gave me if I was to share some footage with them. So, yeah. That's kind of where I'm at in life, in general. Where are we at in the chat? There we go. Oh, thanks, YouTube. Scrolling back up. God damn it. Trying to find my place. There we are. Gary Higgins says, after about 3 days after I changed the ESC. Really? I mean, I hate to sound so obvious, but when that kind of thing happens to me, I stop troubleshooting the rest of the system and I change that one physical component, and like, that's, even though with an ESC that's going to take you a lot of time and it's going to cost, I think that's the highest probability of fixing the issue. Yeah, I would stop that troubleshoot right now and just full on blame that ESC, because if you didn't change anything, if when you first put that ESC in it was fine and you didn't change anything and it got worse, that just means that some of those MOSFETs failed, basically. Yeah, so there's multiple MOSFETs on each channel. One of those MOSFETs on that channel, probably on one of the channels, probably let go. That's probably the situation. I'm trying to think of how you could draw that out. here's how you can draw that out to confirm that. Crank up your P gains, add 10 to your P gains, go fly it, hover it, make sure the motors aren't getting hot. If the motors aren't getting hot, add 10 more to the P gain, hover it. Do that a couple times until the motors start to get a little bit warm, and then back yourself off a little bit. What I'm trying to get you to do is get your PID tune to the limit of what's possible on that rig. All right, stay with me. Then I want you to go out and do prop wash maneuvers. I want you to go full beans over the grass, right? Because it's going to fall out of the sky, hopefully. Over the grass. You're going to go full beans. You're going to whip that fucker around. You're going to put it in its own wake, and you're going to hammer the throttle. And what I'm hoping is going to happen is that when you're in that prop wash, your PID loop is now cranked up. So the PID loop is able to ask for a lot of power. And when you go back into that prop wash and it starts to wash and that PID loop goes, oh my God, I have to deal with this prop wash, it's going to ask for everything. And what I hope is going to happen is that one of the corners of the rig is going to desync and it's going to fall to the grass. And then you're going to go and you're going to do it again. And you're going to look at the DVR. Sometimes you can just see it. You'll just notice that it dropped the right front or the right rear or the left rear or the left front. But what I'm trying to do is get it to drop the same corner, and that is almost a guaranteed sign that the ESC has failed, because one corner doesn't have the jam that the rest of the system does, and it's desyncing and it's dropping down. And yeah, that's kind of a almost foolproof way to sort of figure that out. All that being said, I'm pretty sure the ESC is shot anyway, so just replace it. But I know sometimes we want to, like, I'm just as guilty as this. Like, if I pull a component out or if I spend money replacing a component, I'm just crazy about being damn sure that that thing is broken. Broke life, I guess, but financially broke life, I should say. But yeah, Drone Man says, I'm in the Vegas area. Forget what we were talking about, Drone Man. Family Guyver says, I've learned not to leave damaged LiPos in the car. My passenger seat burned to the springs. Oh. All right. Family Guyver learned this the hard way. For anybody that hasn't learned this the hard way, a damaged LiPo is, I shit you not, a hand grenade with the pin pulled. It will shoot multiple feet of fire, like, with no warning, with no, like, do not pass go, do not collect $200, just burn your shit down. Maybe it's your car, maybe it's your house. Hopefully it's not your house with your wife and kids in it. All right? Don't fuck around with damaged LiPos. Like LiPos, they don't come in the house. They don't come anywhere near anything flammable. If you're gonna put them into your car, you put them in, like, the passenger footwell, and you drive nervously home, looking at it over and over again with some sort of a plan on how to throw it out the window if it starts to shoot fireballs. Like, I mean, undamaged charged LiPos are like hand grenades with the pin, like, all about to fall out. But yeah, if you damage a LiPo, if you take a LiPo and you smell it and it smells sweet, ooh, dude, that fucker is about to blow up. Like, and it's gonna blow up big. It might blow up big. If they're discharged, they don't blow up big. But if they have any charge in them, it's gonna be scary. I'm looking for the 6S 2500 mAh battery that blew up in my hand earlier this year. You know where it is. The video is in the patron only YouTube playlist, accessible by joining my Patreon page over. There's a link to it at CiottiFPV.com. $3 a month, you can do it. You know you can do it. I swear to you, I will save you more than $3 a month. It will pay for itself. Here it is. Yeah, this battery was just sitting just sitting on a barrier for 15 minutes, and then I went and I picked it up, and it exploded immediately in my hand for no reason. Absolutely no reason for it. I didn't shake it. I didn't jostle it around. It just blew up. Tried to kill me.
GoPro's still going. Ow! Yikes! Damn! That hurt. Oh my god, it blew up!
Scary, yo. Fear and respect these batteries. They will kill you. They could kill you. And everybody that you live with. Don't let them. Don't let them. Buy lots of... I own like 6 or 7 of these stupid little cheap Kevlar battery bags. These things work really well. They're not totally fail-proof, but they work really well. Buy a bunch. Every time you do an order, if the place you're ordering from sells these, just buy one. Because once you have a whole bunch of them, you can just, like this one, it sits next to my desk. And I leave it opened like this, and this is my bench battery. My bench battery is now relatively safe, because if it explodes, the flames will only go upwards. And there's nothing above where this bag sits that will catch on fire and burn the whole apartment complex down and kill 100 people. Don't mess with big LiPos. The smaller micro batteries are way safer, but they'll still shoot a little bit of fire. They could still burn the house down. They probably won't, but they could. Yeah, damaged LiPos though, guys. Oh my god. Like, sniff your LiPos every once in a while. Make sure they don't smell sweet. And when you get that LiPo that you crashed and it's starting to look a little bit mangled, like, be crazy careful with that. Joneman says, I feel like giving up. I was just starting to be able to plug in and fly. The battery got ejected, so no RSSI. I'm in the desert and it was dusk. When it went down, I forgot to put in the SD card. Of course you did, Joneman. Why would you ever have DVR when you crashed? Why wouldn't everything go wrong all at once? I don't understand how it always happens that way, but it does. Dude, that blows, man. That's just the worst. T-Bird, whether that's what she said. The only silver lining is that you'll never forget to do the DVR thing again. You'll never fly again without DVR. It was a really expensive lesson, but hopefully it'll save you the next time, right? So that this is, in theory, the last time it'll happen. Hopefully. Don't give up. It happens to most. It happens to most people. And yeah, those of us that haven't lost a rig will lose a rig sooner because we haven't had that, like, smack in the face, lesson that will never leave us. Like, we'll still be more cavalier about it, and it'll bite us in the ass, and it won't bite you in the ass as soon. So there you go. Also, get your return to home going. That's something that I know I need to set up, but I haven't, because I haven't lost a rig. Now that you've lost a rig, you'll be much more motivated to get fail-safe return to home set up. And again, hopefully this will never happen again. Gurchan X says, what would you suggest as a 3-inch setup? It depends on what you're doing, Gurchan. That's a fairly open-ended question, right? What would you suggest as a 3-inch setup? One of the things that I do as a part of the Fiverr gig is have like a 10-15 minute conversation with you about what you want, like what you're going to do with the rig, because there are a lot of different 3-inch setups. My personal favorite 3-inch setup is the Ripsqueak Micro that I've been building. You've got like 3 or 4 streams. You can go back a week or two and watch pretty much the entire build, and I'll talk all about all the parts in it and why I chose them. But I fly a very specific mix of freestyle in concrete locations here in Atlanta, mixed with some cinematic stuff. If you don't, then this build is probably not going to be the perfect build for you. And that's sort of my goal with doing with that Fiverr gig, is to help you guys build the perfect rig for you, so that you're not constantly like, oh, well, I got to change the motors. There's now a new motor that's available, or it's you know, there's a mid-throttle oscillation that the Insta360 Go is picking up. Why is that? Oh, it's because I use these 1408s that are really notchy. So yeah, there's not, yeah, it's customizable, just like cars, right? If I said to you guys, what car should I buy? The reactions that the responses that I would get would be useless, because you guys just, the car that you should buy is very specific to you. Are you going to go drag racing? Are you going to drive to work? Are you going to go autocrossing? Are you going to do track days? Are you going to go across the desert with it? Are you going to road trip from the southern tip of South America to LA? Right? Like there's a million things that, yeah. Gel Captain says, I can't say anything about the longevity of the HGLRC F7 flight controller, only 2 packs in, but soldering it up was just a breeze. I'm looking forward to that, Gel. I'm looking forward to those nice big pads. Doc Murdoch says, I remember when watching your streams back then, and you'd only have 15 to 50 people watching, and now you regularly have 120 to 160. What? I do? What? Oh my god, there's 130 people in here. What? When did that change? Is this real life? How are there 133 people in here? Is this normal? I thought it was still like below 100 all the time. There's a lot of you. Thank you. Damn. Okay. I like that. I didn't realize that we were up over 100 like concurrent viewers, as YouTube puts it. That's pretty cool. Gotta be on my best behavior now. Sit up straight. Do my hair. Get a haircut. When it was less than 100 people, I didn't give a shit. I'm like, whatever. Nobody's watching me. Now it's... Ah, it just went down to 131. Okay, so there we go. Now I'm feeling better. Now we're getting... This is what... I'm more used to that. Wow. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Mechanicern says, are you familiar with the Session 5? A little bit. I have 4 of them. You have 3. Nice. You know what's up. You know you got to hoard them right now for the apocalypse. I think they have the same settings and use the same SD, but one of them cuts the video up in 1 minute, 223 megabyte clips. Any idea? I'm currently having this problem somewhere. Where am I having that problem? I'm having that problem on my Hero 8. The Hero 8, and I think all the Heroes, I didn't realize this, they cut after 5 minutes, I think, and it's really annoying because it screws with, see, I'm already, oh, we're up to 137, look at that. I didn't say the F word just now because I gotta be, there's lots of people watching. Yeah, it makes Real Steady Go a little bit of a nightmare. I I've never had an issue with the sessions doing it after 1 minute. That's really, really weird. But it's also very, very specific. Sometimes, I didn't think GoPro had this, but like sometimes in cheaper cameras, they'll have a setting that's like, yes, I want you to break the clips up every 30 seconds. I didn't think GoPro had that though. But pour through the menu and the settings for the session to see if there's anything like that. Because yeah, if it's constantly exactly 1 minute and exactly 223 megabytes, like that to me screams software, right? Like if it was a physical problem with it, you know what you can do? Just do the reset. Type in to Google GoPro Session 5 factory reset. Do a factory reset. I think you just basically hold both buttons. I think you hold the top button and the back button for like 10 seconds or something like that. And I think that's how it does it. Don't quote me on that. Just do a Google search. It'll be like the first search result. But yeah, that screams that there's a setting somewhere in there wrong, and a factory reset should wipe that out. Rick Kennedy says, you've got a great way of explaining your MH. MH. Way of explaining your MH. I'm so... Is it because I'm about to be 40 that acronyms just... They just don't... They just like bounce off? I'm the worst with acronyms. Explaining your MH. For someone who deals with... Oh, mental health. Got it. For someone that deals with pretty bad anxiety and depression, I thank you for that. I thank you, Rick, for saying that and for being brave enough to actually let, 142 people in the chat know that you struggle as well. That's one of the hardest things about mental health is that that shitty part of your brain that has, for some of us, full control over us when it wants it. That part of our brains do a really good job telling us that we're all alone and that it's just us. And yeah, that was one of the first big hurdles that I remember getting over 10, 15 years ago in this journey of mental health that I've been on since I was diagnosed. Yeah, was just sort of a lot of these like very basic realizations. Because yeah, it's inside your own head, right? So it is real. Like the fact that it's going on right now and then again right now forces it to be real. It's very hard for this other part of your brain that's the real you. It's very hard for that part of your brain to go, no, stop. Like that ain't it, man. That ain't it. But hey, we keep going. FPV Space Therapy on Facebook. Oh, it's also linked from... I don't have to say the thing about the name anymore. That's right. If you go to CiottiFPV.com, there is a link to FPV therapy. I can just say that from now on. I don't have to go through the stupid... You have to put a space in between. Look at me. I'm a smart man. I put a link in the Linktree. Julian Vincent says, 2021, broken cat guy. DronePilot says, the 30mm FPV cycle motors I just got are the same weight as the 2808 I use for the 7-inch, and the power difference is crazy being wider. Yeah, Bob has done a really good job bringing the weight down on his motors. I wonder about the durability. But with a big motor like that, you shouldn't be smashing it, right? But yeah, he's done an incredible job at doing that. It's nice to have somebody that actually thinks through that, right? Like he reduced the weight on those motors because they're not a motor that is a freestyle. That's for freestyle that needs to be super durable, right? It's nice to have someone creating motors that's actually thinking about it. I'm talking to you, motor manufacturers. Start thinking about it when you make these motors. Don't just make a motor that's going to sell. Make a motor that's going to work really good for a certain use. Please. You've been doing way better in the last year. Let's keep it going. Keep thinking. Keep thinking. I'm looking at you, T-Motor and iFlight and TBS and Newbie Drone. You're doing good. Keep it going. Resist the hype. Make something good, not something that will sell. Please. Please. We beg of you. Gel Captain says Bob Ruge concludes the same about motor math. Yeah. Bob and I have been good friends for a long time. We've been talking about micro motors and motor theory for a long time. I think it was almost 2 years ago that he reached out to me and was like, "Hey, I'm getting into the micro thing. Tell me everything." And I did. I spent like multiple nights just telling him everything I knew about micros on Facebook Messenger, and then he took it and ran with it and did more than I ever could with the toothpicks and just with everything that he's done with micros since then, and I'm like forever grateful for that. Chomper FPV says, how many LED props from GemFan are you ordering? Probably just 2 sets, because I'm not going to have a rig that I'm going to leave them. They're so specific, right? That like, you're going to put them on, you're going to fly them, and then you're probably going to take them right back off. I'm not going to fly them unless somebody's chasing me, because when I'm in the goggles, I can't see them, and I always fly alone. So yeah, I'm only really going to get 2 sets, I think, of the full, but then I'll get a bunch of extra of just the propeller part. And yeah, I can't wait to see what a quad with LED propellers looks like at 60 miles an hour, a foot off the back of a drift car, pouring smoke off the rear tires from another chase cam, hopefully from Squints FPV. Go sub to Squints FPV or I'll beat you with a stick. He's one of the local pilots who's flown like every single drift event, and a great pilot, but now that he's flown a bunch of drift events, he's a really good drift pilot. Go figure, you do something a whole bunch and you get good at it. Damnedest thing. Dragonfly Guy says, is there a prop pitch that is typically recommended to a beginner? 5-inch Nazgul. As little pitch as possible is the easy answer. The real answer is the least pitch you can get with the most durability. And I think that is the HQ 5.1 by 3.1. I believe that is the least pitch, but the most durability that you're going to be able to get. So get a couple sets of those. HQ 5.1 by 3.1. Yeah, it's one of the worst performing props, but when you're a beginner, that doesn't matter at all. What matters is as much stick time as possible, and that's kind of it. In order to get a lot of stick time, you have to have something that's durable. You can't be constantly changing propellers. You can't be constantly retuning. So yeah, a really durable prop, and the more power you've got, the harder it is to fly. So going as low in pitch as possible gives you the least amount of power possible and makes learning throttle control a million times easier. One of the things that you can do to really make your learning experience super challenging and possibly cause you to quit is to build a really powerful rig for your first rig, because it's going to be way more difficult to fly, and it's going to crash like absolute dog shit because it's going to be going 1,000 miles an hour when it crashes. So yeah, that's one of the big reasons that I always suggest micros, to learning on micros, because they just naturally have a lot less power than 5-inch rigs. FPV Hawk says, what's up? Reaction Ent in the house. Reaction has a really cool middle of the night for me on Eastern Standard Time. Middle of the night live stream where he watches and reacts to FPV videos. And one of you lovely patrons, whose name escapes me at the moment, maybe Hush, I think, messaged me and said, yo, you should check him out. And I checked him out when I couldn't sleep the other night, which is every night. And yeah, he's doing a thing, man. He's doing a live stream. He's watching your guys' videos, and it's awesome. That's a great thing. I don't do it because of what happened a few months ago with copyright strikes. So those that are willing to do that, Godspeed. It's kind of risky, but at the same time, you'll probably be okay. Lots of people do it. Until your channel gets big and has something to lose, it kind of doesn't matter. For me, I'm trying to do this full time, so for me it was a big deal, and I have to take it really seriously, and I can't do it anymore. But anybody else that's gonna do it, I'm gonna lift those people up, because we should just be lifting each other up anyway. I mean, tearing each other down to try to be more successful than everybody else doesn't work all that well. I know it seems like it might, but you're not going to sleep well. You're not going to feel good about it. So lift other people up. Don't tear them down. And they'll get lifted up along with you, right? Keep doing it, brother. You're in the early stages of it, where one of the best things you can do is just just do it. Just stream over and over and over again. The dirty little secret of, like, how do I make it in FPV or just anything, is just to do it over and over and over and over again, and figure out a way to do a really good job at it. And one of the easiest ways to figure that out is to just do it over and over and over and over again. So yeah, man, keep going. And everybody check out Reaction and Entertainment. Yeah, Entertainment. I read Ent differently because I used to go on Reddit all the time. There's a super meta joke that only a couple people, not joke, but thing that only a couple people will get. DronePilot says, I have the BetaFPV 2004 on 6S on a toothpick frame. It's crazy wild with 1050 mAh batteries. DronePilot, how's the cogginess of those BetaFPV 2004s? Every single other BetaFPV motor that I've tested, bought, experienced, whatever, has been like brutal notchy. In theory, BetaFPV probably just copied or are having these 2004s made by possibly the same spot that all these other 2004s are coming out of. So in theory, they're nice and smooth. But I would love to try to firm that theory up a little bit. Dragonfly Guy tagged me but didn't say anything. DronePilot says, I agree. The 7-inch rigs I have are hard to tune 22OX and a lot easier to tune on 28OX. BeepTube says it's sort of like how reducing unsprung weight on a car helps so much. Absolutely, BeepTube. Absolutely. Donlad says your SA new you get there, Roy. Got it. Hunter Rodriguez says, I have some batteries that charge and discharge fine on the charger, but will die almost immediately when I try to fly them. Is there any way to test batteries for failures like this? Absolutely, Hunter. Great question. That's what, have you ever noticed, I guess it depends on your charger, but have you ever noticed on your charger there's a screen or a feature or something called internal resistance? It'll have the little ohm symbol next to it. That's how you can detect that. If you take those batteries that charge and discharge fine but fly like ass, and you figure out a way to test their internal resistance, you're going to see the internal resistance of... So it tests the individual cells, and what you're going to see is either all the cells or at least one of the cells is going to have a really high internal resistance. Well, Ciotti, what's high? Okay. On a 5-inch battery, I like my internal resistances to be below 10. If they're below 20, I'm still kind of okay with it. Beyond 20, and like it's going to be bad. On micro batteries, all those numbers go up. On a micro battery, if I'm below like 40, I'm kind of happy. Not super happy, but I'm okay with it. If it gets up towards like 100, like forget it. It's just shot to shit. But yeah, try to figure out how to get to the internal resistance testing feature of your charger. Most of them have it, and test all your batteries. And by testing all of your batteries, you'll get to see like a full. Hopefully, you have like a good battery that performs really well. Test that one first to get a little bit of a baseline, and then test the. You know what I'm saying? If all your batteries are shot, borrow one from somebody that tells you that it's a half decent battery. Just because you want to, each charger is going to read that out a little bit differently. So you need to get like your internal barometer set, right? For what is like normal. For your charger and for your batteries and blah, 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 blah. Okay, wow. All right, so I am very, very, very far behind. Here we go. Samuel Rivera says, that's smart as fuck. I don't know what we were talking about, but I'm happy that I said something that was smart as fuck. Ruby Tim says, what flight stack is going in these builds you'll be selling? Acon 30x30, AK32, 35 amp ESC, because they've been bulletproof for me, and Acon F7 20x20 V 1.1 flight controller. I'm waiting to hopefully get on Pyrodrone's. I think Pyrodrone is the only place that sells that flight controller, and I'm waiting to get onto their affiliate program before I buy 4 of them for these builds. Dragonfly says, would you be interested in tune-only commission jobs? For sure. I have a Fiverr job exactly for that. CiottiFPV.com's got a link to the Fiverr, or just go to Fiverr and search for CiottiFPV. Aaron Lewis says, I'm a new pilot, maybe 40 packs in. After 20 hours in the sim, I'm doubting on my progress. Any advice will dialing in my tune and rates make me better quicker? Aaron Lewis, resist the urge to care. I know this is going to be hard. It was impossible for me. But resist the urge to care about how good you are, and just pour time in. You've got to get good, right? Like when you go on YouTube, you watch pilots that have thousands, literally thousands of batteries into this. And there's nothing that you can do that will close that gap like all that much quicker, other than getting like professional instruction. If I'm totally honest with you guys, I swear to God, I'm not shilling with that. It literally is, because there's just a lot of this hobby and flying, because flying is like a performance-based activity, right? There's nothing about it that like, there's just no way to beat that time. There's just all these things that you just can only possibly figure out once you've put the time in. People who've put that time in have figured out a way to condense some of that. That costs money. If you don't have the money, just keep doing the thing that should be fun, right? Which is flying. Just keep pouring time into flying. The most of the advice that I give is based around maximizing that amount of time that you can put in on the sticks. Building a durable rig. Build it right. I mean, that's the main thing. Building a durable rig. But yeah, man, just pour it on. I used to, my rule for like the first couple years of my flying was that I would never go to sleep without having spent at least a half an hour in the simulator, every day. No bullshit. Like on vacation, sure. If I'm at home though, for that period of time, I would absolutely, it was like a hard and fast rule. If I forgot, it was the last thing I did before I went to sleep. You have to do it, you know, like everybody else has been doing this while you haven't known about FPV, and you're here and you're trying to close that gap to get good, right? And we all have already put the time in, and you just have to work as hard as you possibly can to close that time gap. Having a rig that flies really good, it doesn't necessarily, it actually kind of makes it worse. If your rig flies like shit, you're going to learn to fly around that, and that's a really good skill to have, because God knows what's going to happen. You go on a professional gig that's at a different altitude, and your tune goes to hell, and you don't have time to fix it. You got to fly around it. Having a rig that flies bad, also, it really shows you the situations where the quad has the hardest time. Prop wash, at the end of power loops, bounce back, stuff like that. And it's like swinging with a weighted bat in baseball. Like, you're swinging with this weighted bat that's not ideal, but it's making your arms get stronger, and then you take the weight off and you hit a home run. So yeah, you have to pour the time in. There is some stuff that I can definitely help you with, some like drills that I can tell you, and just some aha moments that I've had. But there's no replacement for stick time. It was the same thing in motorsports. The number one thing is seat time. Just figuring out a way to get seat time. And the simulators are huge for that. Richard says, my Tiny Hawk X drops out on 1S when I do a roll. You know what that's about. When did it start doing it, Richard, is my big question. Has it always done it, or did it start doing it after maybe you smacked it into a tree or something like that? Do me a favor, when you answer that question, tag me, but also say my Tiny Hawk S is dropping out on 1S when I do a roll, because I'm very behind in the chat, and I'm probably not going to read your answer to this question I'm asking you for about a half an hour. Sorry. Mechanikern with 100 Norwegian kroner. I know what NOKs are. I'm learning foreign currency. He says, CiottiFPV, hi, are you familiar with the Session 5? Cool. We already answered that one. Mechanikern, if the factory reset doesn't fix it, I don't know what it is. But you can feel free to message me anywhere at CiottiFPV, Facebook, Instagram, Patreon, CiottiFPV.com, wherever. And I'll keep trying to figure it out. Rick Spada says, oh God, man, you got lucky with that battery, that you didn't get hurt. Yeah, Rick, that was creepy. With these batteries, you just always have to, you have to have a really healthy fear of them. And you have to really respect them. When I unplug batteries, when I'm working with batteries, when I'm working with 5-inch batteries, it's like, you'll never see me do it like I'll never be doing it like this on the desk, like with my face on top of it. Like, I try to keep them like arm's length, like out away from my body, the same way that you sort of handle firecrackers, right? If you never want to light a firecracker like this and then throw it. You always want to throw it, like, just get it away from you, because if the wick goes really fast, it's going to blow up instantly. You don't want it to blow up right here, right? You want it to blow up right there when you're about to let go of it. That battery did the same thing. Like, I was working with it in front of me, and when it went off, all I had to do was push forward and open my hand. But it still burned I was wrecked. Like, it burned the shit out of the webbing of my right hand. It was all black and like disgusting, and it hurt for like weeks. It was not cool. DronePilot says, I had burns on my hands for 3 weeks ripping a battery out of my helicopter that crashed. Ugh. I have bags for all my batteries, and all are in a metal cabinet. Yeah, you really, it's really scary how violent these LiPos are. Oh yeah, 661FPV says, tip, don't put a damaged LiPo near your face. I wonder if he was referring to me saying to smell it. Yeah, be careful when you're smelling them. I guess that's the only time you should bring a LiPo anywhere near your face, if you're gonna like quickly smell it, and just like just be afraid. Be afraid of these batteries, straight up. Be afraid of them. If you're afraid of them, you're always going to be careful. What's the downside of being afraid of them? Oh, I might look like an idiot. Fuck. You're wearing goggles, standing in a field, going like fucking Stevie Wonder. Don't worry about looking cool. Big Sarge said, yo, I had one explode in my house, and it ran around in the living room. Oh my god, I had to chase that thing with a fire extinguisher. You can't trust them. Oh my god. I use an ice pack on the bag to charge. That's a really good idea. I never thought about that. I always make sure that I charge my batteries at a low enough amperage that they don't get hot, but that falls down when you use a parallel charger. If there's one cell in one battery on that parallel charger that's dead, and all of the other ones are pushing hard on that one cell, it is going to get hot. Having an ice pack would help it not get so hot, but would it help it not explode? And I almost feel like, what if you take it out of that cold environment and put it down on your desk, and now it starts to get hot? Well, I guess once you pull it off the parallel board, there's no reason for it to continue getting hot. I don't think the ice pack thing could. I can't think of a way that it could hurt. So I'm tempted to say like it can only help. I never even remotely thought. I gotta think more about that. That's a really interesting thing that you're doing there, Big Sarge. I gotta wrap my head around it a little bit more. Tiago says, you were lucky the battery had good quality. It just vented and didn't blow into 1,000 burning shards. I've never seen one blow up like that, Tiago. Have you? I've only ever seen them vent and just shoot in like one direction. It sounds like you've seen them go off like an actual fucking hand grenade. I don't know if I want to know that they do that. Actually, I do, because I want to be as afraid of them as possible so that I respect them forever. DronePilot says, I've lost a 7-inch with a GoPro somewhere in a river, top of a large tree in a bush. Since then, I have returned to home and tested it before I fly anywhere. Sacrifice of battery testing, everything. Yeah, a really good idea. Doc in the house, he says, what happens when our conditions are really different? Like, do you have awareness on how easy your preferred parts are to waterproof for flying in snowy forests? The waterproofing thing is interesting. I don't do it. I don't waterproof any of my stuff. A lot of the components that I buy, though, already have conformal coating on them. When you buy a board, and so this is an example of a board that's not conformaled, and there it goes. So you see how it's just sort of dull, like especially on the top of the chips. See how the black is just kind of dull? This is a board that hasn't been conformal coated from the factory, whereas I think the AK-32s are, right? Yeah, they are. So this is a board that has been conformal coated from the factory. See how the black is much shinier? And the whole thing is shiny because they conformal coated the whole damn thing. I guess I can take down the Kristen's sleeping warning. That was last night, Patreon only stream. So yeah, a lot of the components that I use are already conformal coated, but conformal coating's pretty easy. The only thing that you need to worry about with conformal coating is not getting it onto plugs, and or like if you have an SD board, an HD board with an SD card slot, make sure it doesn't get up in the SD card slot. But yeah, the process of conformal coating is pretty straightforward. You build the rig, and then you sit there with the conformal coating and just try not to get it on any of the plugs, basically. Other than that, yeah, you just have to sort of spend the time. Also, get yourself a ultraviolet flashlight for like $3 on Amazon or sometimes at your corner store. And conformal coating glows purple. So once you're done with the first conformal coating, sit there with a flashlight to try to find where you didn't get it, and then you almost always have to do a second coat. Really good question, E-Doc. I don't think much about the waterproof stuff. Because yeah, I haven't seen the conformal coating really help when you're in the air. It seems like even rigs that are conformal coated still fall out of the sky if you get them wet enough, like if you fly them in like torrential downpour. And I've flown my non-conformal coated rigs in those same situations, and when it gets really bad, they fall out of the sky. Up until the point that it gets really bad, they just kind of keep going, and then you dry them out overnight and they're fine. DronePilot says no, it's been up. It's been above 100 for a while now. I was talking about that a long time ago. Holy Christ! Oh, I have the time codes now. I am at 4:20. Oh wow, I am more than a half an hour behind. Let's fix that. Frank says viewer count is up, been 100 for several streams. Saw almost 150 today. Craziness. Don Ladd says has been normal numbers since Christmas, bro. You're that good. Rudy Tim says you've been averaging right around 100 regular viewers for a month or two. Fung Ho with a $2 super chat. He says, "What's the beef with Stu from UAV Futures?" LOL. Fung, you're the second person that said that. I don't. You guys are somehow making that up. I didn't. I love Stu from UAV Futures. I think he's fucking great. He's a fellow. I keep catching myself. He suffers from mental illness as well. There, I said it. I keep catching myself because not everybody wants the whole world to know that. But he did put a video out talking about it. So, yeah. Yeah, Stu's a great guy. I watched him a lot when I was coming up in the hobby. Yeah, he's hysterical. Him, Grumpy Trev, the whole little team of guys are absolutely awesome. I love them. Absolutely no beef whatsoever on my side. I don't know if he be beefing with me. Maybe that's where it's coming from. But whatever. I'm that's fine. People can beef with me all they want. I'm not gonna return the beef. I'm here to squash beefs, yo, not create. Mechanic Aaron with 50 Norwegian kroner. He says, thanks, I will try that. I also lose the first couple of minutes on that camera. We'll probably shoot that crap. Yeah, the sessions will do some really strange things when they're about to fully die. So you could be in that situation. I have one that has fully died and needs to go back to GoPro. Hopefully the GoPro Plus is still sending out replacement session 5s. If they're not, I'll be canceling my GoPro Plus. Tiago says... if you're talking about a comment Ciotti made, he was talking about the type of content, not about Stu as a person. I don't remember the last time I talked about Stu. No problem with Stu. It's just a comment about Stu content, nothing bad at all. I don't even remember mentioning him. Gel Captain says, please check your super chats. I'm on it, Gel. Probably because Gel probably couldn't believe that I was this far behind. KD2RDH Larry says, they'll help your spotter, CiottiFPV, the LED props. Yeah, that's very true. That is very true. Dustin says, I'll bet that'll be sick. Make sure you get some video. I want to see that for sure. I'm assuming we're talking about the LED props. Oh, there will be video. I've already talked to GemFan about it too. I'm super psyched. Jacob X with 10. I don't know what PLNs are. Let's see what a PLN is. PLN to USD is the easiest way for it to... Poland? How do you say that? I don't know that. What's this? What is the... It's like the sexiest T I've ever seen. Zloty? Poland Zloty? No question. Just wanted to show some love. Thank you, Jakub. I hope I'm not butchering your name too bad. My first name is spelled Ahren, so I know all about first names being butchered. Thank you, dude. Very cool of you to support the madness. Dustin Gable says, what was the other channel you talked about? The guy that does drift car chase videos. Squints FPV, one of our fearless moderators here. Adam, he's one of our local pilots. Go subscribe or I'll kill you. Reaction says, thank you. You're certainly welcome, brother. Well deserved. Dragonfly Guy says, my fiance is a mental health therapy. Thanks for being real. That is, I'm very jealous of you, Dragonfly. Hold on to that one, my man. That is pretty awesome. DronePilot says it is 40 minutes past the hour. Just a marker to let you know how far behind you are in chat. I keep forgetting that I have the time codes now. Look, I can now see exactly how far behind I am, but I keep forgetting to look. That's a new feature in YouTube. This camera. Ooh, Eric Allen. We're getting there. We're getting there. Ooh, I'm so close. A pre-thank you to Eric Allen. DronePilot says the cogginess of BetaFPV 2004s is noticeable, so no silky smoothness with them. My God. Apparently the Brother Hobby ones are smoother, according to Albert Kim. He did a side-by-side comparison. BetaFPV. Please. Please. Please make your note. We fly in the air with these motors. Vibrations are bad. Please stop making Coggy motors. They fly like crap. They're impossible to tune. They do all things bad. Please stop, BetaFPV. Please stop. Please. Please. Please, I want to buy your motors. I want to give you my money. We all want to give you our money, but you have to make a smooth running motor first. Please, 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 BetaFPV. Do it for the children. DronePilot following up with, but he also said more power out of the BetaFPV 2004s. Yep. More cogginess means more power, but it also means your rig's going to fly like a bag of shit. Sorry, it's just the truth. I've tested 30-plus different micromotors over the years, and 100% of the time, the Coggy motors are way harder to tune, and the most aggressive tune that I can get out of them pales in comparison to how good the tune is on an identical rig with motors that are not Coggy. Technically speaking, the math, the science, the whatever says that the cogginess of the motor should not affect this, but it does. And it does 100% of the time in a lot of testing that's been done by myself and a lot of other people. So keep your scientific definition of motor cogging to yourself, because it doesn't apply in the real world that we live in here, arguably. DronePilot says, regarding time and flying, I suggest people learn to fly helicopters, as they have no stabilization, so it's acro from the get-go, inverted circuits, and then quads are easy to fly. Yeah. If you really want to swing with a weighted bat, fly collective pitch. You'll never complain about your tune again, I think is what DronePilot's saying. Dropping another marker. Richard says, Tiny Hawk S has always dropped out during regular flight. When I try to do a standard full roll on acro, it falls out and doesn't recover until I tap the ground. All right. Thank you for retelling me the problem, Richard. So it's always done it. Tiny Hawk S, from the first battery you plugged in, on a full roll on acro. I mean, if it's done it since it was out of the box, I know this sounds like a total cop-out, but I would go back to whoever you bought it from and tell them and be like, what are you going to do for me? because it shouldn't be doing that. Like, you shouldn't have to spend the time troubleshooting this. It should be able to do a full roll on acro out of the box. And the fact that it's been doing that since it was brand new kind of leads me to believe that it's a physical issue, right? Because lots of other people have bought that same exact Tiny Hawk S with the same exact software setup, right? The same PID tune, the same filters, the same rates, the same all that stuff, and they're not falling out of the sky on full rolls. See what I'm getting at? So, like, for us to sit here and troubleshoot it, you're putting a Band-Aid on a head wound kind of thing, right? And when you put a Band-Aid on the head wound, yeah, maybe you can save the person's life, but they're still going to have a big-ass head wound and blood all over them. I would rather throw that person in the garbage and get a new person without a head wound. That didn't go where I wanted it to. I think you know what I mean, though. There's not much in the software that we can actually fix that will cause that to happen. My hunch is maybe you've got a bad gyro or a bad MOSFET or two on the ESC. But yeah, get in touch with whoever you bought that from, and you can throw me under the bus. I don't care. Tell him, hey, I brought this issue up with Ciotti on his live stream, and he told me that since this has been doing it since the moment it came out of the box, it's probably a physical hardware problem. What are you going to do for me? And they might reply back with nothing because it's been more than 30 days. Hopefully they don't. One of the reasons why I love GetFPV and PyroDrone is their customer service is unbelievably good. So that's one of the ways that I pick the stores that I buy from. Eric Allen with a $5 super chat. He says, at what FR Sky RSSI value would one turn around? Happy New Year, man. Happy New Year to you as well. I start to get really nervous when it gets down below 30. That being said, I don't do a lot of long-range stuff. I don't really push to the bitter limits of the range. And the other thing is, when you turn around, the whole world changes. In the process of turning around, your antenna orientation is going to change. So every single different rig with a different antenna setup is going to perform totally different as you turn around to come home. So that's a very specific thing to your specific builds. You know what I'm saying? You got to test it. To really know, you got to test it because there's just too many variables. Find the way that I like to test range is to find a straight uninhabited road or just a straight uninhabited anything, because you're going to go out far enough that distance goes to hell. Like, once you get out more than a couple hundred yards, like, you're going to think you're 10,000 yards, but you're actually going to be like only 4,000 yards or vice versa, right? Like, distance goes completely out the window. So your only hope is to just have a straight path that you can walk down, and eventually, you're just going to walk down that straight path looking down, and eventually you're going to come across your rig. So yeah, just look for like some sort of a straight visual thing that you can fail safe on, and you'll know where the rig is. And then just fly nice and low. Flying nice and low is also going to exacerbate the like, once you fly far enough, when you're low to the ground, you're going to start to like, guys, the earth is round. Yeah, you know what I mean? BVTV says, thank you, Eric Allen, for the $5. Much appreciated. BVTV says, I've still got those square 6S packs. They're poo now. Yeah, I don't like the square batteries. They're hard to, yeah. Frank says, be careful of ice packs. They can sweat. Ooh, good call, Frank. Brandon says, don't put ice on your electronics, please. I was assuming that he meant the, like the gel, the gel packs. But they will still still sweat. 661 FPV saying, don't cool a LiPo when charging. You want it to warm up when charging. Do you really want it to warm up when charging? I know we want them to warm up a little bit when they're discharging, when we're using them. But does it help them to charge when they got a little heat in them? I didn't realize that. Frank says venting is due to a short, explosion is due to heat / overcharging. So yeah, I've not seen the. I guess I've never seen a LiPo explode. I've only ever seen them vent. So they like a bomb, like they'll literally go off like a bomb. That's ridiculous. I shouldn't have said that word anywhere on the internet. That's even more horrifying. DronePilot says, I disagree with torrential rain and conformal coating. I hit RTH at 2.5 kilometers on a 7-inch drone, and it came home where I couldn't even see video because of the rain being so heavy. That's pretty cool. That leads me to believe that nobody I've ever talked to or flown with that's conformal coated their rigs have done it correctly. Because, yeah, that's good to know. That makes me much more. That makes me want to actually conformal coat a rig. Dustin says, yes, he does mention suicide awareness in his streams also. Okay, good. I don't want to out anybody. Some people are very sensitive about, yeah. Mental health does that. It makes you think that you shouldn't tell anyone. It's wrong. It's wrong. BVTV says, I'm building the hydrophobe. Tell me more about the hydrophobe. DronePilot with another, are you caught up yet? Dustin says, yes, the LED props. I don't remember what we were talking about, Dustin. Sorry. Oh, God damn it. YouTube, why do you do this to me with the chat? Why do you zip the chat to the bottom like this all the time? Why do you do it, YouTube? I want to read everybody's comments. I don't just want to read the newest page worth of comments. It's not, YouTube, it's not all about new. It's about good, okay? Good content, not just new content, YouTube, okay? New is not as good as good. Good is good. New is sometimes good. But good is better than new, YouTube. Downlad says, yep, it's Zloty. You got it, bro. Poland, and they have the euro as well. Zloty. What an interesting currency. Very cool. Thanks for the Zlotys again. He gets a double shout out. It was Jakub. I got there. It took me a minute. I got there. Alec Dvorak dropping a link to Squints FPV's channel. Thank you, brother. Scrolling. Frank says maybe motor cogginess matters for more less depending on PWM frequencies. 2440, 96 of the ESC tested that. Also talked to Ryan Harrell about that, and it doesn't look like the PWM frequencies affect the cogginess at all. Well, the effects on the rest of the system that the cogginess has. There we go. Tom Stout with a $25 super chat. Tom, thank you, dude. Very, very nice of you. Thank you for being a part of, hopefully, me doing this as a career for 2021. 59 years old, just started with brushless whoops 2 months ago. Your live build videos have been invaluable to me. It seems like you're the only one speaking to the microcrowd world. Could you recommend someone else? Nobody else builds. That can't be. CiottiFPV. There you go. CiottiFPV for short. Dan is a great guy. Definitely check him out. He's, I think, building some micros on his channel. SR13 FPV, in terms of Whoop pilots that you want to watch. He is, in my opinion, the best Whoop freestyle pilot in the world. more micro-specific stuff. For reviews, you definitely want to watch Nick Burns before anyone else. Nick Burns is, in my opinion, the best micro-reviewer, full stop. Mainly because he does a lot more testing of the products before he comes out with a review video, and he's also a really good pilot. I think as a reviewer, it really helps to be a good pilot, because as a good pilot, you can identify the actual flight characteristics of the rig, which doesn't really matter for the new folks, but for anybody that's been flying for more than like 6 months or a year, it becomes really important. And yeah, if I'm watching a reviewer, I want their piloting skill level. I mean, ideally, I would love for them to be a better pilot than me. That's best case scenario. But I at least want them to be like, you know what I'm saying, right? I at least want them to be like somewhere near where I'm at as a pilot. If I'm going to take their review, if the part of their review about the flight characteristics of the product seriously, there you go. Trying to think of one more. Well, chat, you guys know some other good micro content producers. Drop it in the comment. There we go. The collective will fill in the third person. Thanks again, Tom. Very, very cool of you. Welcome to a really fun but really frustrating at times hobby. You're gonna want to quit. I encourage you to fight that. I have quit this hobby multiple times and then been talked back into it the following day by my best friend in the world, Brad, who got me into the hobby. Yeah, you're probably going to want to quit. The third or fourth ESC that catches on fire that you don't understand why, you're going to want to quit. Stick with it. It gets easier. It's a part of the journey, brother. DronePilot says, the most silky smooth motors for 7-inch rigs I've owned so far are the FPV Cycle 30mm. Made a really short video when I got them on Christmas Eve since I installed them. They are also super efficient. Hell yeah. Go figure. Bob knows what he's doing. You do a bunch of research, you prototype a bunch of stuff, you pay attention to what the actual pilots are looking for versus how to make a bunch of money, and you make a really good motor. Richard says, interesting, no problem, thanks. I strictly fly it as an angle racer at this point. I've had it for a while. I kind of stopped flying it because all my 1S LiPos are dead. Interesting. So that's funny. That thing is probably like many months old because you've just been flying it around an angle. And it sounds like now you're like, okay, I want to fly acro, and it fucking falls out of the sky. Yeah, there's just no good reason. There's no good reason that I can think of that at the end of a roll, a rig is going to fall out of the sky unless there's a more mechanical like issue, right? Like the ESC is shot or like the gyro is shot. That's annoying, dude. These things can be very annoying. That never goes away, unfortunately. Double A in the house. What's up, brother? Eric Allen says, thank you. I've been spoiled by Crossfire, but just bought a micro with an XM Plus. XM Pluses will get you some pretty good range. I've had XM Pluses well over a mile at the beach when I lived in Charleston. RXSRs as well. Really shockingly good range. Private Island FPV says, why are you sprouting this round earth BS? Richard says, are you familiar with the R3D Whoop Ion 3-inch? Speaking of R3D Whoop, I'm only going to play this for a second because I'm afraid. That's the mailbag intro that I stole from Mighty Car Mods. If you don't know who Mighty Car Mods are and you're into cars, go now. Type Mighty Car Mods into YouTube search and you will have found one of the best automotive tuner-based shows in the land. Mailbag for today, R3D Shifters sent me a couple more frames to continue the testing that I've been doing over the past few months. I now have all of Red Shifter's frames, and we're probably like 90% through the testing of Red Shifters through a lot of these previous streams. Many like Whoop Wednesdays. Look for my Whoop Wednesday streams. There's a shitload of content about Red Shifters and just how to build the cinematic tiny whoop, which is what I've been trying to do. I've been trying to build. This is the closest that I've gotten to it so far. I'm trying to build the smallest and safest possible platform to carry an Insta360 Go. And I was hoping that the Red Shifters frames were going to be the jam, because they put the Insta360 Go basically like up here, which keeps the ducts completely out of view. The problem is when you put 18 grams on a 40-gram rig right over the front motors don't make enough lift to pick the damn thing up. You need to get the weight, you need to get the payload centered, and that's what this newbie drone, as designed by Dalton, little setup is. And this is the best. This is the best setup I've found. I've not had any luck with the Red Shifters frames. These are both standard rigs in that there's nothing above the propellers. The majority of the Red Shifters frames that I've built so far are pushers, where the motors are above. And there's their Insta360 Go mount, so you can see where it's putting that weight, right? It's right over the front motors. Yeah, it seems it's starting to feel like, so these are not pushers. These are regular style. So this is going to allow me to take these two Red Shifters builds that aren't flying right and move them 1-to-1 from the pusher version to the regular version, so that we can see if that has any effect. I think it will. I think that the one of the key concepts in aerodynamics is low pressure zones are more important than high pressure zones. And keeping a low pressure zone free and clear of obstructions is more important than keeping a high pressure zone free and clear of obstructions. And the pusher rigs above the propeller is a low pressure zone. You think of a rig as pulling itself up. We usually think of them as pushing themselves up with the thrust, right? That's like monkey brain. But what's actually happening is the low pressure zone has a lot more influence. So they're pulling themselves up into this area of negative pressure above the propellers. And in this rig, that negative that zone of negative pressure is nice. There's nothing here, right? I can move my finger around in that area. So that makes it cleaner and smoother. Whereas on a pusher setup, I can't move my finger freely in that area because there's a motor, there's props, there's standoffs rather. There's all this nonsense. There's motor wires all up in that low pressure zone. So I'm really excited to give these things a shot. Are you familiar with Red Whoop Ion 3-inch? Thinking of building one with 1103, maybe 1303, using 2S 525 mAh battery. So for a 3-inch rig, you definitely don't want to do 1103s. Those are going to be way too small. 1303s are going to be pretty damn good though, especially if you keep the weight down quite a bit, which that rig should support. I believe that's their toothpick rig. So yeah, definitely don't do those 1103s. 1303 is really as small as I would go on a 3-inch prop. and you're not going to be able to run 3-inch tri-blades. You're going to have to run 3-inch bi-blades on those 1303s. That's not enough motor for a tri-blade 3-inch prop. Other than that, the rest of your build looks really good. Jakub X with 25 more PLNs. He says, what's your experience with motor output limit? Flying forest motors on 6S, performance efficiency, how close can you get to real 6S motors? I've got 2 rigs that are completely identical, other than T-Motor F40 Pro 4 2400 kV, motor scaled down, 1850 kV. Motor scaled down a little bit, but motor scaled down a lot less. And I cannot tell a single difference between these two. There's lots of talk that we should be able to tell a difference, and there should be an efficiency difference, and there should be all these things, and should, and should, and should, and should, and should. I haven't seen it. I haven't felt it. I haven't noticed it. I haven't... yeah, I hate to be that guy that's just like, fuck so. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm not that guy. The theoretical and the science behind all this shit is really, really, really important. But there's a lot going on. And us looking at this theoretical difference of 2%, maybe, I'm just pulling that number out of the air. Once we're actually up in the air, if that is a negligible thing, and that's what Ryan Harrell said when I talked to him about it. He said that, yes, there is a difference, but you're never going to notice it, and it's just a negligible difference. And here's the deal. Having a rig with 2400 kV motors and then spending 60 seconds with a calculator to figure out how to bring those down to a 6S kV, and then going into Betaflight and taking another 30 seconds to type the cell count into the PID thing and the percentage you want to come down, the benefit is that you've got a rig that you can put a 4S battery on, a 5S battery on, a 6S battery on, and it'll fly exactly the same with all 3 of those. If you're out flying with a friend, if you're all 6S and you're out flying with a buddy and you accidentally brought all your dead batteries, you're going home if you don't have a rig that's on 2400 kV motors with the motor scaled down, right? You can't even fly a single battery. Also, the motor scaling is really handy for being able to use different propellers. Maybe you like the feel of the S3 propellers, which are like hideously low pitch, but you don't want to suffer with having no thrust because of how low pitch they are. Well, when you build a rig where you're using the motor output limit, the motor scaling, just turn it up. Just turn up the power. Think about that. Like, now that I've been doing this, I've had to wrap my head around, but now I finally have. I've had these experiences where I'm flying a spot, and I'm like, I wish I had a little bit more power. And then I go, I don't have to wish. I land the rig, I go into the OSD, I turn the motor scaling up a little bit, and I fly with more power. And it's great. So I've been doing the motor scaling thing for well over 6 months, probably closer to a year, and there has yet to be a single situation where it's done anything negative. So, and I've talked to a bunch of folks who've been using it as well, like Max Beamer, who fly a lot and who fly hard and who are good enough pilots to be able to tell whether or not it's making a negative difference. And they've all said the exact same thing. So I'm all for it. I am 100% gung-ho motor limiting. I only buy the highest KV of a motor. If I'm going to buy a motor at this point, I don't even think about the KV. I just buy the highest KV. And then I put the rig in the air, and then I tweak the thrust. That's the other thing. I get these rigs, I maiden them, I do the math really quick to make sure it's not going to be like 6S on 10,000 kV, right? That would blow up like immediately. But for the most part, I get a rig, I maiden it, and I decide how much power do I want in this rig. And then I turn the power up and down with the motor output limit until it has the amount of power that I want from that specific rig. That's a big deal. That's a real big deal. You know what I mean? Like, not having to do that physically with like 2 hours of work with $100 in fresh motors, it's a big deal. Big deal. And then you can do other stuff, like you can go down to smaller propellers and run guards, right? If you do stuff like that, like 2400 kV motors on 6S on a 5-inch rig, you can go down to 4-inch props and get prop ducts and have a 5-inch rig that's a big ass Cinewhoop. Can't do that if you bought 1600 kV motors because you were on 6S, right? There's no way to go up. You can only go down. Tom Stout says best 1S as far as RSSI. SPI sucks. Tom, I'm trying to figure that out myself. I'm trying to find a 1S whoop board right now that has Crossfire built in because SPI sucks. And putting like an RXSR on a tiny whoop sucks because you got those two big long antennas you got to deal with. It's just, yeah. I'm pretty sure that I'm gonna have to. I think what I'm gonna end up is all my whoops are gonna be on. For me, my favorite setup at the moment is 1S or 2S board with the VTX built in. Hopefully with 100 or 200 milliwatts like the Newbie Drone board, and then just external receiver, and then I just put a Crossfire Nano with a little mini Mortal T. That's where I want the whoops to go. That's the best combination I've found, and I've tried it all the different ways. I've tried receiver built in and VTX built in, just the VTX built in, just the receiver built in, and in terms of building clean and yeah, it's receiver external. If these guys figure out how to get Crossfire on the board, and I can just plug a mini Mortal T directly into the board, I might change my tune, because at that point I can run one of these, like the Ishii Nano, for example, which is not much bigger than a receiver. Than a Crossfire Nano receiver, but I can get all the way up to 400 milliwatts. We'll see. I haven't done a build like that yet because I haven't found a board that has Crossfire on board. I think there is one, though. I think maybe BetaFPV just made one, or I think I might have seen it on Newbie Drone's website even. I just, yeah, I don't know. Whoever just clicked the thumbs up button, thanks. I just happened to look over and I saw the likes go from 87 to 88. So if that was you, thank you for doing the thumbs up thing that I never tell you guys to do, because I don't personally do it. I always forget. And now it's up to 92. Look at that. Oh my god, now it went up to 100. Okay. Apparently I need to get better at it. 104. Oh god. You guys are great. Chomper FPV says, I took your advice, got high KV T motor F40 Pro 4 motors for my 6S build to test this motor output limit thing out. Chomper, you're gonna love it. Right off the rip, put them down to like 70% and see how they are, and then you get to pick. Do you want more power than that or less? Think about that. When it's different to think about that than to have that experience. You those of you that are going to do this, you're going to have that experience, and I can't wait for you to have it, because it was cool for me. Like when I finally remembered the one day that I could do this, and I landed and I turned my power up and everything was still perfect, but I had more power. It was cool. It felt like the future, man. DronePilot says, I build rigs completely, fly them, then super clean them with alcohol and toothbrush, remove all the flux, etc. 4 coats of spray conformal coating top and bottom of boards with plugs in place. And he says, I will make a video. Nice. What How much time does that take you, DronePilot? Realistically, out of curiosity, it's one of the other reasons I've never conformaled, because it always seems like it takes a lot of time. Because I've always heard that the spray stuff doesn't work as good as the brushed on stuff. But it sounds like you have way more experience than I do, so you tell me. Mechanic Kern says, I have built 3 230-gram rigs, 1 Acrobat 300 grams-ish, and have a 400-gram Cinewhoop with Emax Eco Micro Series 1407 4100s. Have you tried this motor? Maybe a bit notchy, but it seems to fly good. I have not personally tried those Emax Eco motors, but Loon, one of the local guys, has them, and I checked them out, and they're good. Emax managed to make those just not notchy enough where they cause issues. Those specific motors are one of the motors that are in like this. They're like on the line, and they're definitely below the line. Like they're good. And on a Cinewhoop, they're perfect because you're not going to worry about. You're not going to have these durability issues. So, yeah, those motors are good. Here's the thing, though. If down the road, at some point, if you go to a wider motor like the 2004, like Bob's 2203, 2204, it is going to perform better on that rig. So, like, yeah, that rig is in a good spot now. But if you want better flight performance, you're going to move to an 1804, a 2004, or a 2203/4. Other than that, though, yeah, those motors are good. You've got a good functioning rig. It can just be a little bit better. Weirdo the Skateboard is here. What's up, brother? There's Tristan. He says, what needs to be done to take an RXSR from one quad and install it on another for binding and etc. So you're going to move the wires over. It's still going to be bound. You're just going to have to set the other rig up in the software to work with it. So like if you had the other rig on Crossfire or something like that, you're going to have to move it over to FR Sky. Other than that, you're going to be fine. It's going to remember the bind is on the RXSR. So you can hop that thing around to a bunch of different builds and you actually won't have to rebind it, which is kind of nice. Propaganda X says, do you set up your 3-inch the same, similar as your 5-inch? I try to, Propaganda. The only things that I set differently from the 5-inch rigs, I specifically set them to try to get it to feel more like the 5-inch rig. That being said, on my 3-inch rigs, I don't think I really do anything at this point. I think they are set up identical to my 5-inch rigs. It's the tiny whoops. I changed some things with the tiny whoops to make them more. Yeah, you know what? I don't do anything anymore. The tiny whoops, I changed my rates a little bit just because I fly them in such. I live in such a small place. The hallways are very narrow here, and just everything is small. So I drop my rates down just so that it's a little bit less sensitive. But yeah, there used to be a couple things that I would do to micros to make them less sharp, to mimic 5-inch rigs, but I don't do any of those things anymore. Which is interesting, which means that I haven't had to do them, which is a good thing. Interesting. I haven't thought about that in a while. DronePilot says, where can I find SP Racing flight controller pinouts? DroneMan, my trick is I go to Google image search and I type into Google image search the name of the component and with the word wiring at the end, and that usually gets me a picture of the pinout that I need. Chomper FPV with a $25 super chat. Dude, thank you. If I can't get this tune down, I'll be throwing more money your way. Your videos and streams help a lot. And also, it's the best collective of people who just want to chill with. Thanks for creating this space for us, Ciotti. Thank you, Chomper, for understanding that, right? Yeah. I don't deal with internet toxicity well at all. I deal with internet toxicity very badly. How about that? Yeah, kind of having this be a chill, safe space is something that's been on purpose. The reason why when people talk any shit and I tell them to fuck off and leave, that's the main way that I've done that. Like, I've had patrons cancel because they were being dicks, and I called them out on it in front of everybody, and that was super embarrassing, and they couldn't support me anymore. And that's sort of the reality of kind of creating a safe space, right? Is you're just going to have people who don't fit into that safe space. And on one hand, it's kind of crazy to do that because I'm really struggling money-wise, but it's about more than money. And yeah, that's sort of it. So, dude, yeah, thank you for understanding that and calling it out. I don't think too much about that. I kind of just, this is just my approach to it, right? It's cool to just think about that again for a second. And I hope I do a good job at it. I try really hard to do that. And I hope sounds like I do a good job at it, but yeah, hopefully everybody thinks that way. Kimikala says, yes, Mighty Carmod's been watching them for 7 years. Hell yeah. It's been really fun to watch Mighty Carmods grow from like nothing to something really big. Those guys have their own restaurant, like super, super, super successful from a straight up pokey little YouTube show for modifying cars, which it's a good space to be in. Cars are a pretty big hobby. You can grow that into something really big, as they have. I always have to kind of check myself when I look at, because I'll look at stuff like that and be like, man, I'm never gonna get there, or like, well, they're so much better than me, blah blah blah. Sometimes I have to check myself and be like, hey, much smaller audience, right? like it's important to take a step back sometimes. But yeah, really cool guys too. They do a lot of really good stuff, and they're also big mental health advocates, so they get my vote. Richard says, oh snap, that's awesome. Drone Man says, sorry, SP Racing F3 pinouts. Try the Google trick, Drone Man. Let me know if it doesn't work. Don Ladd says, have you watched Mighty Carmod's new vid, Key to the Mountain? Yes. Came out about a week ago. Camping on and off-roading. So good, love Mighty Carmod's. Yeah, Key to the Mountain was really, really, really good. I had my my doubts, but they did such a good job with that. That was so much fun. All of their like specials that they do are just phenomenally good. When you guys see a long video on Mighty Carmod's website or YouTube channel, watch it. Those are the best ones. I know it's daunting clicking on a 1 hour long video, but you can pause it. I have to remind myself of this. Like I'll see like a 3 hour long Jimmy Broadbent stream, and I'll be like, oh no, I want to watch the whole thing, but I don't want to watch it right now. And then I'll go, well, then watch 10 minutes of it, you dumbass, and pause it, and then watch 10 more minutes later. It's the simple things. DronePilot says, I do have a short video on conformal coating on my channel. To see the thickness of the coating I do, video is for 4-inch 20x20 ESC, all wired and then coated. When I finally break down and buy some damn conformal coating, DronePilot is going to be my go-to guy. Eric Allen FPV says, finally about the 3-inch, built and maidened, just waiting on the proper LiPos. You're going to love my LiPos, Eric Allen. See that? Alan Siafi has a name very similar to me. He says, here from Joshua Bardwell. Thanks for coming over, Alan. Thanks for having a first and last name that are shockingly familiar to mine. My first name is Aaron, A-H-R-E-N. And then my last name is CiottiFPV. Richard says, thanks on the Bible prop suggestions on the 1303. You're certainly welcome. T-Bird says, Beta 95X build. I'm running 1204, 8400 kV, what props and battery. Beta 95X, just run whatever the Gemfan Cinewoop prop is. I want to say it's called D63. Don't quote me on that. But Gemfan has a Cinewoop specific prop for the 95X. Run that. Battery, you're at 8400 kV, so you want to be safest bet is 3S and then motor scale it down. Technically 2S should work. But yeah, get a do this. Get a 2S 5 or 650 and get a 3S 450. Do the math, scale the 3S down so that it's even with the 2S, and fly those two back to back. And see which one you like. Also take a look at the weight. When you go from 2S to 3S, yeah, just do that, and you'll. That's actually a really good experiment for sort of everybody to do, is to really show yourself and figure out if you can tell the difference between voltage, because there will be a difference in sag going from 2S to 3S. Whether or not you notice or care about that, that's what you can kind of figure out. So yeah, do that. CMYKFPV says, does throttle scaling apply to for 1S to 2S, say in a Savage Bee? Absolutely. The throttle scaling up is it don't care the voltage. The fact that you can put the cell count in has nothing to do with the motor scaling. It just automatically switches the profile. But yeah, the throttle scaling is across the board. It don't care. 661 says, set the motor limit to 200%, see if it goes faster. Oh man, that's the dream right there. Propaganda X says, I found with motor output limits on smaller motors doesn't translate as well to 5-inch due to the coils being a lot smaller, but other than that, it worked pretty sweet for me. Interesting. I haven't really done it much on the smaller motors. Thanks for saying that, Propaganda. I'm going to pay more attention to that. I even have a rig where I can test that. The Beta 85X V2 build has motors that are very high kV that I'm running up on 3S and scaling down quite a bit. So I will do the exact same test I just said a second ago with 2S versus 3S. I'll probably also throw 4S into the mix. Yeah, very cool. Scroll. 2 hours and 52 minutes. What? No. I haven't done anything. Does that work with computers? You know, like a car, when like the gauge on the car sticks and it unsticks. That doesn't work on computers, does it? How does this happen? I mean, are you guys cool with me never doing any work and just answering your questions? It's kind of what happens anyway. I hope you are, because it's kind of what happens more and more. Wow. All right. Let me change the title of the video. We're just gonna have to change the title of the video to Sunday Q&A. Sunday Q&A. I mean, there was not like a single topic that we really hit enough on for me to put into the title, is there? Sunday Q&A. Yeah. I don't know what else to. Okay, the stream is now officially called Sunday Q&A. I don't know what else to type after that. All right, we're gonna get caught up with the chat, and then I'm gonna wrap this thing up. I'm sitting here like, why am I so hungry? Why am I so thirsty? Why is my voice starting to feel all weird? Or my throat rather. You can't really feel your voice. All right. So I'm gonna blast through this, and then we're gonna wrap it up, and I'm gonna have to do this Betaflight setup tomorrow, maybe. We'll see. Scrolling back up, I'm gonna get caught up. YouTube, you're not gonna punish me with the scrolling thing, and then it's gonna be great. Here we go. Here we go. Tiago Roma says Ghost RX are small and 2.4 antennas are even smaller. Very, very true. Ghost would be a great fit for a tiny whoop. I'm just waiting for Mac support. That's one of the things that has me not going Ghost yet. Is that it is the configurator at least is PC only at the moment, but there is Mac support coming. Family Guyver says the Christmas edition of iFlight A65 is a Crossfire 1S mini whoop with standard antenna. It's nice. I am going to copy and paste Christmas edition iFlight A65, drop it into a Chrome tab, and look at it at the end of the stream, because that sounds good. Thank you for the suggestion, Family Guyver. DronePilot says largest KV motors and your theory. Do you think that would translate into a 7-inch? Because so far my lowest KV motors are the most efficient at that size, but I never flew 4S and 7-inch rigs. Highest KV motors and your theory. Do you think that would... Just largest KV motors. My hunch is that you're getting... Typically lower KV motors get people more efficiency, because when you go full throttle, that's what really kills batteries. And by having lower KV, yeah. So for example, if on a 1600 kV motor you go full throttle and it pulls like 80 amps, let's say, and that's a 1600 kV motor, an 1800 kV motor, you would think that it would only pull like 90 amps, but it'll pull like 110 amps. It really ramps up fast. But you can do this. So you can do the same thing, and you can kind of test this by using the motor output limiting. And it should net you the same additional efficiency. I think that might have been, maybe that answers your question. I'm not sure. Geo Fairbanks says TBS has a Whoop AIO board in production that I'm guessing has Crossfire built in. They haven't announced specs yet. That is good news. I am liking that. T-Bird says Newbie Drone is doing a Crossfire Whoop. I thought so. I will be all over that. Begrudgingly, of course, because I will have to direct solder the fucking motors to it, because Newbie Drone has chosen to use JST 1.0 instead of the industry standard of JST 1.25 for their motor connectors. No, it's not the end of the world. Yes, it is legitimately difficult to direct solder tiny whoop motors to an AIO board. But I don't know. I'm going to move on before I really get angry about that. Richard says, have you seen Synergy F4 flight controller? It direct mounts the TBS VTX and the receiver to the flight controller. I found it on tinyleds.com. I am familiar with those. I call them like pin mount flight controllers. I don't like the idea of having your flight controller, which is supposed to be which you want to be floating in midair on the rubber grommets with just 30 gauge wires connected to it. I don't like taking a set of metal pins and putting another PCB that can potentially do this and create its own vibrations, or it can potentially break off. I've seen those boards break a lot because those, yeah, you've got like a lever arm on there, and we crash with 1,000,000 G's worth of energy. So yeah, those boards are not sort of my deal. in terms of packaging, it's a really interesting way to package those things, right? It's an interesting and really clean way to get your VTX and your receiver like solidly mounted, right? So you don't really have to think about them. I would just rather run 30 gauge, a little, section of 30 gauge wire and like VHB those components to the frame or to the canopy or to like anywhere else that's not the flight controller board with the gyro connected to it. That just comes from a lot of building and tuning and flying. And my original OG Baby Hawk had that setup. It had pins and then the XM Plus and then eventually RXSR up on there, and it worked and it flew fine. But when I think through things that can go wrong, I'm just like, yeah, I don't necessarily want that. Alternatively, what's interesting is you actually want the board, the way mass damping works, which is basically what we're doing by isolating that board. The more mass you can put on that board, the better. So technically speaking, if you hang a bunch of extra PCBs off of your flight controller with that gyro to add weight to it, technically it's going to want to stay in place more and let the rest of the rig jiggle around. So yeah, I could be dead wrong, as I am, more often than I'd like to admit, but we all are. It's just, are you willing to admit it? Flips and shifts FPV. I'm building a 5-inch rig, got the T-Motor F40 Pro 2400 kV on Black Friday promo. Do you feel a performance difference when motor scaling? Flips and shifts, I don't know if I already talked about it. I don't know if you were here when I talked about it, but I've got two completely identical rigs right there on 1850 and 2400 kV. Everything else identical, and I cannot feel a difference. DronePilot says I use but somebody did comment in the chat that there's a chance that micromotors are more sensitive to the motor scaling. I have done less motor scaling tests on micros, but I will now be doing more motor scaling on micros because I want to know. DronePilot uses the brush type conformal and swap to spray. It takes a whole day from start to finish. I had a feeling. From start to finish, allowing for dry times. I'm an electrical engineer, and we used spray in wet environments. So it sounds like you're saying the spray is fine, right? I used to use brush, and now I swapped to spray. Yeah, sounds like the spray is good. That's good, because I'm sure the spray is a lot easier. Oh my god, it's 6 o'clock. TolkienFPV says, I just finished the most powerful 2-inch I've ever flown. 1105, 5,000 kV motors on 3S, and it weighs 114 grams with the battery. It's nuts. That's a pretty stout setup. When I was building 2-inch freestyle rigs, the last one that I built was 7,500 kV on 3S. It was nuts. I've got I'm continuing the 2-inch with this little Beta 85X, which is interesting, and I'm still figuring out my favorite motor. I have 1204s on it at right now. I don't know if I'm going to go to 1303. We'll see. But that sounds like a fun rig Tolkien. Dustin says, I just noticed the helmet back there on your right. Are you this dig? It's a mystery. The other mystery is, which Stig am I? Am I the OG season 1, 2, and 3 Black Stig? Or am I the much more commonly known White Stig? Up to you to decide. When you're on my YouTube channel, scroll down and you'll find about 10 years of car videos with me wearing those helmets. Weirdo Skateboard asks, do you have any New Year's resolutions? I don't bother to do them anymore because January 2nd, it's already gone. I just don't. I'm just the worst. But if I had to make a New Year's resolution, I guess it would be to push myself as hard as I possibly can to make this work. Which is kind of a cop-out because that's what I've been doing. But it's like one of the main, like when I wake up in the morning, that's one of the big things for me is just to just figure this out. Because I think this could turn into something, but starting something like this is very, very difficult, and it's very expensive, and it's very time consuming, and it's all these things, and I've struggled really bad with that, but I know I'm getting better, and yeah, I want to make this work, but all the while I have to be realistic, and there has to be, I have to have a ripcord that I can pull, and I have to pull that ripcord before I hit the ground. So it's hard. It's very hard to figure all that out. I've always been 100% like, I want my hobby to be completely separate, and I want it to have nothing to do with money so that I can just enjoy it top to bottom. And then I just want to go to an office job where I can make really good money, suck it up for 8 hours a day, suffer through, and just make a good amount of money in 40 hours a week. And that is not this at all. And adjusting to this has been super hard on me, and super hard, like, in general. So yeah, that would be my New Year resolution, is just to keep balancing on this tightrope for as long as I possibly can, to give this as much of a chance as possible to take off. Yeah, I feel good about that. Now I do have a New Year's resolution. Thanks a lot, weirdo. Alec Dvornik says, will CiottiFPV ever catch on chat? I'm not sure he can. Alex said that at 5:54. It's now 6:04. I'm getting caught up, yo. Dustin says, so true. You've created an awesome space for all of us to get together and learn, have fun. Appreciate that, Dustin. Video Boat 2008 says, I see your helmet in the background. What do you ride? Those are all car helmets. Previous to FPV, I was into autocross and track days and cars and all that fun stuff. For motorsports, about 15 years. Cars for another 5 or 10. About another 5 before that. Yeah, it's motorsport is like my main love in life, but it's a very expensive love, and ever since we moved south from New Jersey, I just haven't been able to afford it. And FPV is a much, much, much less expensive alternative that allows you to fix your stuff in here in comfort. You don't have to slave in the garage, bashing your hands, freezing to death, or sweating to death. It gives me almost the adrenaline dump of motorsport. The one thing that I really do miss is the tactile feedback. The feedback that you get in your fingertips through the steering wheel of a properly sorted race car, or even some street cars, is, oh man, yeah. it's really the connection that you can feel to the road surface with a properly sorted car is beautiful in a lot of different ways. And yeah, there's a goal. I do have a goal. a big goal of mine is to have a car again. I haven't had a working car in many years, and yeah, to have my Miata back running and just enjoy it again is a real goal of mine. I live now here in Atlanta near the Appalachian Mountains, closer to beautiful driving roads than I ever have in my entire life. It's just a huge cock tease to not have a car to enjoy those roads with. Although I can't say that because I can go out and enjoy those roads in my wife's Mazda too, but it's not the same. And us only having one car, if I do go out to enjoy those roads, I have to be really careful because if I wreck the only car that we have, we're screwed. So yeah, it's a thing, but it's expensive. Motorsports is very, very expensive. Cars in general are very, very expensive. Dauntless says, I just stretched shrink wrap over a wing flight controller and it broke after 5 minutes of wrestling it on. I wish I didn't know exactly what you're talking about, Dauntless, but you've seen me struggle with shrink wrap before and curse. Willie says, subscription mode on. Thank you, Willie. Much appreciated. Click things down here if you guys would like. If not, die. Please don't. No, don't. I can't scroll down anymore. Oh, it's broken. The chat's broken. I broke the chat. It won't scroll down anymore. What do I do? Oh, it did the thing. Scrolling back up. Lava lamp's not on. Never too late. Do you need me to stop streaming for any reason? Alright. Always like to check on reality every once in a while to make sure that there's not like a whole pizza sitting on the dining room table and I didn't hear Kristen tell me to come eat because I was talking about 1105 5000 kV motors on 6S. Can you imagine that? Where was I? Come on, YouTube. Don't make it this hard to find my place. You maybe lose my place. At least make it easy to find it. There it is. Mechanic Kern with 100 Norwegian kroner. Thank you. I have the Jumper T16 Pro and bought a Radio King TX18S for my son. It's the down-priced Jumper, but might be too big for him. Do you know the Radio King TX18S? Is it worth keeping? I don't, unfortunately, know any of the Jumper or Radio Master stuff. But what I will say that if it's too big, like, let that be the end of it. The shape of the transmitter, in my opinion, is the most important thing in the world because you have to be able to get your fingers to the ends of the stick travel to be able to do certain things. Here's a super low cost option that I think you should maybe try. Apparently they're not make sure you buy it from this is just BetaFPV's like $20, what's it called? Light Radio 2. It's $20. I would say just snag one. Get it from either I mean if you want to help your boy CiottiFPV out, go to CiottiFPV.com and there's a bunch of affiliate links there. GetFPV is one of them. If you buy it from GetFPV or from PyroDrone, you're going to be buying it from the shops with the best customer service that I've been able to find. And then if you don't like it or if it doesn't fit his hands, you've got the best chance of returning it, which is why I'm recommending that. I have heard people having issues with these not working. I'm sure that they all don't not work, right? So maybe you'll get one that does work. If you get one that doesn't work, GetFPV is going to replace it, or PyroDrone, with as little haggle as I've been able to find. I'm pretty impressed by this radio, man. Like, I don't understand how, but I can, like, pinch on this thing in, like, total comfort. Yeah, I don't know. For $20, I'm still waiting for, like, I'm still waiting to find out the big issue with it, right? Like, it's just like, where's the... Why not? Why don't we all have these? This is, I mean... Yeah. What if you're... Like, I only have one other transmitter. What if the QX7 breaks? I can't fly. Now I have this. If the QX7 breaks, I can at least bind this up to FrSky stuff and still fly. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool to have a backup transmitter, especially when it's only $20. Yeah, I'm sorry, dude. I don't know the Radio Master or the jumper stuff even a little bit. I've had a QX7 from day one, and I've never strayed away from it. It's always been great, and I've just... So, like, when all these new jumpers and Radio Kings and all that came out, I've just been like, cool. And then I don't remember anything about them because I don't care, right? Because I don't have any interest in changing. But yeah, I would get your son, try to find some local folks with different radios and just get them in the hands of your son, so that he can find one that fits with his hands. Because that's, to me, the thing. I don't care about color screens. I don't care about a lot of things. I care about the being able to reach the stick ends and being able to comfortably hold the transmitter and fly well with it. Richard says, make sure to get the silicone conformal coating. I made the mistake of getting acrylic. Both work but are slightly different. Different susceptibility to chemical solvents and temp resistance. Different experiences trying to solder through them too, right? You probably can't solder through the acrylic nearly as easily. Richard says, it's all good. We just want to hang out. DronePilot says, we are more than happy for you to talk to us, answering questions. It's very informative. Awesome. I always assumed so. It's good to hear it. Sorry for the caps lock. No worries. Where does Skateboards says, it works on everything if you hit it hard enough, and it's called percussive maintenance. And it's called percussive maintenance. Fuck, do you spell it? The other one, fancy words, things like that. Haha, English. Weirdo. I was able to read through that perfectly. Good job. Thank you. Thank you for speaking in a more American way, so that your fearless cheeseburger leader can read it. For anybody that's new. Weirdo with a Skateboard is from over in Great Britain, and he talks like he's from Great Britain, and sometimes I can't. Which is annoying too, is I watch a lot of BBC television, and I listen to like Derby Girls as a show where like Kristen and I will have to like rewind and like, what the hell? What do those words mean together? And we'll have to like kind of reverse engineer some things. Yeah. Family Guyver says, that was a great stream. Thank you, Family Guyver, if you're talking about this stream. Well, if you're talking about any of my streams, thank you. Tiago says, do work? Come on. Are you new to this stream? Weirdo says, how do you feel like how everyone's got all these good questions and there's just me, resident? Weirdo, you keep me on my toes, if nothing else, and I love having you, as always. Remy Tim says, asks us how we feel about him, just answers our questions, and not doing anything. Won't see our answers for 45 minutes. Yeah. That's why I don't ask you guys a lot of questions, because I know that by the time I get to the answers, I'm going to forget what I asked you guys. Mustang Pilot 1 with a $10 super chat. Thank you, brother. Enjoyed your collaboration with Joshua Bardwell. Hopefully you're well, and Happy New Year. Same to you. I'm so happy with the way that Joshua edited that. I just think he did such a good job of cutting back and forth to cover up me nervously laughing over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, but B, we talk about a couple things and then he shows himself flying, and you can like sit there and try to pick those things out, and then we talk about a few more things, and then he flies, and we can. It was just I best edit of 2021. You heard it here first. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go to Joshua Bardwell's channel, subscribe to it, and you'll see my big dumb face in his video upload from like a day or two ago. VideoBoat 2008 says, do you own or ever fly or have ever flown the Diatone Roma F5 and your thoughts on it? Neither, Video Boat. I am not big enough where any of these companies send me anything, and I can't afford to buy more than a couple little like components per month. So yeah, the bind and I'm never gonna be the guy to give you advice on the bind and fly stuff. I did just type it into Google though, and looks like an okay rig. I don't see anything that like immediately jumps out at me as bad. The fuck is that though? What's that plate that they have on the side of it? What? What the shit is that? Are they just protecting the electronics from getting grass thrown in them? Interesting. Doing that is not good for flight performance, but I don't like it when my stacks get all dirty. My approach to keeping the stack clean is to let it get dirty because it doesn't matter that it gets dirty. What does matter and what you don't want to get dirty is the little USB port. You don't want to throw a bunch of stuff into the USB port because then it won't connect when you plug the USB in. And one of you lovely bastards printed me out a million little TPU USB plugs. They are for sale if you don't have your own TPU 3D printer, rather, and or you just want to support me. Over on my Etsy store, go to CiottiFPV.com, and there's a little button for Etsy hardware and stickers. You can get you some. That's all I care about, is nothing getting in there, and putting that little plug on doesn't affect the flight characteristics at all. Other than that, though, I don't know. Looks okay. Looks like the arm ends look a lot like the Apex. I wonder if this is a sort of an Apex clone. I'm not a huge fan of this style front end. I'm a bigger fan of just like a regular school bus style frame with like 8 standoffs, carbon on top, bottom, nice and simple. But there are people who say that this style crashes better. I don't think it does, but crash data is really hard to parse through and compare from one pilot to the other. Looks all right. Yeah. Nothing too groundbreaking, it doesn't look like. F4, 50 amp, 2207.5. Yeah, looks okay. There's a lot of really good rigs out, and this wouldn't surprise me if it was one of them. What's really cool today versus even like a year ago is that for the most part, I don't know of anybody putting out like a full-on bad rig right now. I don't know of any bind and fly or plug and play, whatever the hell they're called, where it's just like, don't get this. I don't pay much attention to the bind and fly, so maybe I'm just totally missing it. But yeah, the manufacturers have really gotten their shit together, and they're making some really good rigs. So yeah, we don't have to be as like about buying a rig, which is really nice. Flips and Ship says, thanks, you're certainly welcome. Richard says, is there a difference if you mount the flight controller on the bottom of a double stack? No difference whatsoever. You can even mount the flight controller in the front or in the rear. It does not care. I do that on my glides. The flight controller is up in the front behind the camera. Dauntless says, I feel like I'm following in your footsteps with my Baby Hawk and how 7500 kV 2-inch 3S build. No freaking way. Nice, Dauntless. You got it. Just keep going, man. It's so fun to keep kind of pushing each prop size. There's yeah, I don't know. I had a blast doing that when I was learning. Private Allen says, no, you're right. In my opinion, it makes sense to add mass to the isolated gyro mass if possible. Now, whether it's worth what it takes to do it, that varies, of course. Great thinking. Yeah, yeah, right. You get this one little benefit from doing that, but then you open up a whole can of worms potentially. Or it's great. T-Bird says lava lamp isn't on. Now it's on. Scroll. Weirdo the Skateboard says, can you fix the donation thing? It's see, this is what I mean. Here's a more common Weirdo the Skateboard comment. Can you fix the donation thing, please? It's doing my tits in, please and thank you. I don't know. I kind of know what it's doing my tits in means, but yeah, sometimes I'll read a comment and he'll say, it's doing my tits in, and then he'll say like a bunch of other words that I don't know, and I'll just go, what? But today he's speaking more cheeseburger. More cheeseburgery. Tiago says, is Kristen okay today? Kristen, are you okay?
You want something very strange? The caffeine helps me.
Caffeine seems to be helping her.
I feel better.
Coronavirus confirmed.
No corona.
Yeah, we're hoping she doesn't have coronavirus because we did celebrate New Year's with our neighbors who we know are very safe, but they do have a little child, and children are disgusting. Anybody who took offense to that, I was kidding. But I think most of you guys laughed at that. Donation thing. The donation thing's filled. I don't know what to put on there next. How about this? Since I don't know. How about this? This is a good interim one. There we go. It's not, for anybody that doesn't live in the U.S., it's not actually that bad, but almost. That'll be our placeholder. I'll make it a little bit less than that. We'll just make it 1 million. 10 million is a little overkill. We'll just make it $1 million. Where do Escaper says, can we get a "it did a thing" sticker? Do I say "it did a thing" a lot? I don't know. I need you guys to tell me what the good sayings are that I say for like new stickers and t-shirts and shit, because I don't know. I don't know what I say over and over and over again. I know some of the things that I say over and over again, but yeah. You guys tell me what merch you want and I'll do it. Well, Kristen will do it. I'll ask her really nicely. If she says no, though, it's on you. I promise I'll ask as nice as I can now. Vern Kelk is here. Hi, brother. Just got in. What's happening? Vern, I've been trying to get caught up on the chat for 3 hours and 27 minutes. We have gotten no work done. I changed the name of the stream to just Sunday Q&A. And when I get caught up on the chat, I am going to go because my voice is starting to go, and I'm hungry, and I'm thirsty, and 3.5 hours on just a random Sunday is a lot. This ends up being a really big live stream, and I seriously think that people don't click on my live streams because they see that they're 4 hours long, and they go, I'm not sitting here for 4 hours, and they forget that they can just fast forward. I'm a completionist too. I do the same thing. I know what the solution is. I'm trying to find time. I want to do the long streams, and then I want to download them from YouTube and chop them up and upload little sections where we talk about each individual thing. But that takes time. It takes time to do the editing. My computer is very, very slow, so Premiere runs like shit, and it makes it even more difficult. I know what I need to do. I just need to figure out how to do it. DronePilot says, I use the BetaFPV for all my record quads. It's just easier than pulling out the X9D. Also, my girlfriend's kids like using it with the micros. How these kids learn so quick. Kids and how fast they learn. There's nothing more frustrating. Good to hear though that somebody likes that BetaFPV light transmitter, because I feel like all I've heard is bad things about it. Weirdo the Skipper says, I just sent CiottiFPV a message on Etsy about it. Or no, Private Island FPV says that. Mustang Pilot says, here's a link. What link? Let's see. I'm intrigued. It's a link to an 8... Hey, there it is. There's the link. There's the link. Oh, God, that doesn't work when I do that. There we go.
3 packs a day, except I'm going to be doing more than the...
That's Joshua's video. You're going to love it. Go watch it, because I'm about to wrap this fucker up, because I see 6:20, and it's only 6:27, so I'm only 7 minutes behind. Alec Dvornik says, light radio currently sold out most places, $40. Right, I paid $20 because it was a Black Friday crazy deal. Even for $40. $40. For 60 more, you can get a QX7. Still too big of a gap. Yeah, 40. I feel like $40. Well, it depends. It depends if you have any rigs still on FR Sky, because it is FR Sky only, and it doesn't look like there's going to be any. No, there's never going to be Crossfire built into it. I don't know, $40 for a little radio like that. The other reason I got it is because I want to have my Fat Sharks are fairly, small and Here's what I've realized, right? I can, and I've done this a couple times. I've gone out in public, and like into stores with this, and just with like my goggles hanging, and people don't get all weirded out. Like it's cool, right? So if I can walk around in public like this, I can put my little tiny whoop with the little Insta360 Go holder in my little one pocket, and this is small enough where I can put this like either in a cargo pocket or in like if Kristen has a purse or something like that, and go to like stupid spots, like Target or like a mall, right? All these crazy spots that we've never even remotely thought about flying, and I can fly around a little bit more incognito, right? And like not get yelled at, not feel like an asshole, all these things. So that's why I bought it. But having an extra transmitter available, I've realized is a pretty cool thing. My QX7 has never let me down. It's never broken. But I did break a switch off at one point. I did break the arm switch. Was it the arm switch? No, I broke the mode switch. And there was a moment where I went, fuck, I can't fly until I order and a new one of these gets delivered. Like, I'm totally down. There's nothing I can do. And I remembered that moment. It's a good moment to have, because it makes you understand your goggles too, right? If your goggles go down, you're just done for a little while. Dauntless FPV tested negative today for the virus, and he says no, negative, baby.
Oh, negative.
And he confirms kids are gross. Weirdo with Skateboard says fish plus duck equals fuck science. Okay. TweetFPV is here. What's up, Dan? Everybody go subscribe to TweetFPV, or I will hit you in the head with a metal folding chair as hard as I can. He says, what's up, CiottiFPV? Late to the stream, busy outside with the kiddo. Glad to have you. I'm just kind of wrapping things up. All I did was answer questions the entire stream today. We got no work done, and it was great, because this group of people that comes to these streams are awesome. Huff19FPV just retracted his message right before my very eyes. I was one message above it with tweet. I looked at it to start reading it, and it went, message retracted. Look at that. Look what he did. He must have called me a Nazi. Oh wait, no, he probably called me a communist. Right at the end of Joshua Bardwell's stream, somebody typed in there, Ciotti equals communist. And I was like, oh, nice! A Trump voter. Maybe. Oh, God. Whatever. You can vote for whoever you want to. Just make sure it's the right person. Remy Tim says, there's no way she has corona. Remember, we elected Biden. COVID is over. Dustin Cable says, scroll, 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 LOL. Geo Fairbanks says, one of the highlights of the Christmas stream was when Kristen sat down and said, scroll, scroll, scroll. YouTube did the thing. Private Island says, it did the thing. YouTube did the thing. Drone Man says, donation thing, my next rig. Private Island says, words. Video Boat 2008 says, I'm thinking about getting a brushless tiny whoop to chase the cat, but it needs to survive when he snatches it out of the air. Any suggestions? Newbie drone cockroach frame for sure. Get the clear one. It might be a little bit more durable. And then if you're not going to go nuts and switch motors and do all these things, the Newbie Drone Acro B is a really solid choice. A really, really, really solid choice. That being said, if I could go back and do it all over, I would just buy a whole bunch of Mobula 6s. They're $80. You can buy them from GetFPV or Pyrodrone and get a warrant and get good customer service. They fly better than the Newbie Drone rigs because they have motors with a much more sensible KV rating. It's much higher. Yeah, Mobula 6. Mobula 6. Sorry, Newbie Drone. You know I love you guys. You know I love you so hard. But I can't recommend a tiny whoop that uses these JST 1.0 motor connectors until there are better motors available. There are only 2 motors available with those connectors, an 0802 18,000 kV and an 0802 20,000 kV. Neither one of those are high enough kV in my opinion. They're just barely high enough to get you in the air, but they're not high enough for really good flight dynamics. Yes, when you go higher in kV, it kills the battery life, but I can switch a tiny whoop battery out in like 2 seconds. So I don't care if they fly for 30 seconds. If I can zip it back after, if it flew great for 30 seconds, I can zip it back and go, and I'm back up in the air. Done, bro. 0802 25,000 kV, in my opinion, is the right kV for brushless tiny whoops, and the Mobula 6 gives you that option to put 25,000 kV motors on it. If it's too much kV, you can motor scale it down, and you can have 18,000 kV or 20,000 kV or 22,000 kV, right? Come on, Newbie Drone. Please. Please. Newbie Drone 0802s, 25,000 kV. Better yet, 27,000 kV. Let us motor scale them down. Please. 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 They're so much better. They are so much better. So much better. Freeloader says, yep, YouTube did the thing again. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Weirdo the Skateboard says, what do you not understand? How you don't ken, you dingy ken. There we go. Weirdo also says, how can you get a canny bit is something, you also get a canny get something. There we go. Making my point. Thank you, brother. Dauntless FPV says, I feel like a genius with a J, Jeremy Clarkson. There are battery straps holding my bike lock on and my lights on my bikes. What is that? Is that from Top Gear, Dauntless? I've been through all 20-something seasons of Top Gear at least 3 times, so I can usually pick out damn near any quote from that whole series. DronePilot says, is it worth getting BetaFPV transmitter because it binds to the D8 FreeSky quads where your FreeSky Tyrannus, if firmware upgraded, will not. So totally worth it for micros. See, I didn't even think about that. God, that's so true. Yeah, the new FrSky stuff won't bind to D8 at all, right? FrSky. Come on. Come on. What are you doing? doing? What are you doing? Used market. Use the used market. FPV exchange, bros. Screw FR Sky access for these reasons. Go to FPV exchange, get you a used FR Sky QX7. YouTube did the thing. Scrolling back up. Alec Dvornik says, jumper T-Lite 16 channel hall sensor gimbals, many letters, $66 on Banggood. Good lord. Looks like a great gamepad style, but I like having the eyelet for hanging it on a lanyard. If it doesn't have an eyelet for hanging it on a lanyard, I have no interest. Hanging your, in my opinion, if you pinch, hanging your radio from your neck rather than holding your radio with your hands is a big deal. It helped me a lot. My first radio, I had to hold it, and then when I got the QX7 and I was able to let it hang so that I didn't have to focus on holding the damn thing, I just had to focus on the sticks. And I almost kind of push down when I hold my transmitter. I almost kind of push it downwards to sort of stabilize it against my like crotchal zone, I guess. I just wanted an excuse to say crotchal zone. $66. Good lord, that is cheap. Everybody check that radio out that Alec called out. Dustin says already subbed to him. I'm going to check, Dustin. If I find that you're lying, you're out. You're out of here. I'm going to send an email to YouTube that says, don't let Dustin watch my streams anymore, please. Because he lied to me. Dauntless FPV says, my HD3s arrived Wednesday, and True Demodulator this week. Scored all the stuff with shipping for $210. See? Used stuff, guys. Used things. Feel great because I've been down and I don't have any of the goggles. Huff19FPV says, I wanted to leave you alone at the end of your stream. Huff, that is extremely considerate, but it looked like an interesting question. So hurry up and post it again and tag me, because I am getting caught up. I am at 6:33. I am only 6 minutes behind. You better hurry. Weirdo Escaper says, one day I'll explain it to you. It's really not that difficult. And then... And then he says, Free Sky just got rid of the only reason people buy their shit. It's so true. Rick Zapata says, that is why I went to Tracer. Free Sky is just way too much of a headache. Yeah. It wasn't always like that. It wasn't always like that. And it doesn't have to be. That's the interesting thing about Free Sky, is that it doesn't have to be a nightmare. If you get RXSRs and just like an old school non-access Free Sky radio, it works great. And you don't have to screw around with, it just works so good. And you can go like a mile away and it's fine. And it's actually, in my opinion, it's more trouble-free than Crossfire. I've had more of a hard time with Crossfire than I have with OG Free Sky. Free Sky being FR Sky, for anybody that doesn't know what FR Sky stands for. Where do the skateboard says... I do not know the difference between a tenner and a score. Although I know what a tenner is. It's a $10 bill. I don't know what a score is, though. Silas says, what's the best way to get rid of an old LiPo? Good question, Silas. If you have a couple bucks, there is this product called a LiPo killer, and it's got a little LED on it, an XT30 and an XT60. You plug this into your LiPo, over the course of a couple days the LED will eventually turn off. That means it has sucked all of the energy out of your LiPo. You can now I'll do it right now. I have two of them that I've just done this with. it is now an awful lot safer, not totally safe. You're now going to take it to Best Buy or Target, or a lot of the big brand name box stores have battery recycling boxes in the front. Sometimes it'll even specifically say, put your LiPos, your dead LiPos in here. You put it in there and you walk away. What I do, because I'm a stingy bastard, and I don't like anything going to waste, I just plugged it back in. The light came on for like a split second, and now the light is completely out. So there's no juice in here. You can only do this when, and don't do this. There's not really any use for this. There kind of is use for this, but I then chop off the battery lead, and I do that carefully to not chop them both at the same time. Technically, you can chop them both at the same time because we've pulled all the electricity out of it, but it does give you a tiny little spark, and it is kind of creepy. The big thing that I like to salvage, though, is the balance lead, because eventually you're gonna mangle a balance lead. And again, try to clip them one by one. It's really hard to do that it's hard to clip them one by one with the balance lead. So I just always double check that it's got no juice, and now I've got an extra balance lead. And yeah, now you take that and you're good to go. I haven't done a oh no, I guess I did do an XT30 because this is the one that I did. And come on. Ooh, did you guys see it? It sparks. It sparks a little bit. The light didn't come on at all, and it still sparked a little bit. Usually when I snip them, I try to like and like pull it away, because that spark came towards me. That's why I told you not to do that. Don't cut the things off. Just take them to the bucket and put them in the bucket. If you do cut if you do cut something off, just cut the balance lead off and do it one by one by one. Don't do it like I did it right at the base. Do it up a little bit from the base, because then you can just do one at a time. You can just pull it out, zoop, snip one. Pull the next one, zoop, snip, and just try to not. But yeah, the little LiPo sucker will get them to the point. I've now done this to about 20 LiPos, and half of them create a little tiny spark. The spark that you guys may have just seen, which was still pretty small, that's the biggest spark I've ever had. Interesting that it happened from the smallest motor that I've done that, or the smallest battery that I've done that with. But yeah, now they're even less safe because they've got leads sitting right next to each other. But they're not going to magically make electricity, so it's still somewhat safe. And now I've got 4S balance leads that I can put on Etsy.com/CiottiFPV. Salvage all the things. I know what a kip is. Kip is going to sleep. Score is slang for a 20 quid note, which is a $20 bill in cheeseburger speak. Carbon Cage is here. Cage said you never shout him out anymore, thinking he is right. Haha. All you guys got to do is tag me. You know I love the cages. Come on. How dare you. They're all the way down in Australia. They're standing upside down right now. I don't know how they don't just fly away. But, you know, that's what happens when you think the Earth is flat. You're unable to understand gravity. I don't actually think that the Earth is flat. I just make fun. I keyed. I am almost up to date on the chat. Rick Cepeda says, we got that one. Talked about that. Got that. Here we go. Silas says, what's the best way? Oh, we talked about that. Don Ladd says, that's why I moved from away from FreeSky and went to Radiomaster TX16 with Crossfire. Whatever I want to run, Radiomaster does it all. Yeah, if I was buying a radio now, it would probably be. Although the Radio Masters, they don't fit my hands right. I have big, long fingers. And just like that. Not quite. Carbon Cage says, all good, was just stirring you. I knew you were. And just like that, we are caught up on the chat. 3 hours and 50 minutes of Q&A. Thanks for hanging. If you want me to continue to do 3 hours and 50 minutes pretty much every Sunday of Q&A, I need your help. Straight up. I need a little bit of help from everybody. $3 a month to get in the door of my Patreon is 10 cents a day. You can do that. I know that you can. And like I've said a million times, I guarantee that you will save more than $3 a month in just good advice and just good buying decisions. And I'll keep throwing up deals when Richard just noticed the $1 million for health insurance. Yeah, believe me, I will. I work pretty hard to, and I take it very seriously. I take very seriously anybody giving me any money, really. So I will continue to do everything that I possibly can to make it well worth $3 a month, or $5 a month, or $10 a month, or $20 a month, depending on which thingy. KD2 RDH Larry really wants to see me sim, so how about this? This has a USB C plug on it, and I can't help but wonder if I can use that on the sim. So let's see. I also haven't used this radio yet, so I'm curious to use this radio. So it's 2S, huh? That could be a problem. Hold on. Oh God, I'm old. That's 3S. Ooh, that's 2S. That's 3S. Ah! How the hell am I going to charge this thing? This only has a balance lead on it. How am I going to charge this? BetaFPV. How do you suggest I do that? Well, maybe there's some charge in this. Let's see. Wait, maybe there's some charge in this. I didn't even try plugging the damn thing in yet. Get in there. Okay. Now what do I do? Now what? Oh boy. That made a noise. That made a noise. Come on. Get what you pay for. There we go. Oh, it lights up. Look at that. Shuts right back off. Probably not a good thing. It's vibrating in my hands. That's what she said. And now it's red. Let's oh man, do I really not have a cable that's gonna be long enough? Well, now I'm just more curious than anything. This cable's not really long enough for me to use it, but I would like to plug it in and be able to tell you guys whether or not it works in Velocidrone. because I've just been browbeaten into simming, which is fine. Because any opportunity to fly is a good thing. Get that stick time in, ladies and germs. Let's see what happens. Let's see if Velocidrone will recognize it. Or there it goes. Nemesis, what's that? Looks interesting. No, I'm not gonna do. Well, yeah, okay, we'll do multiplayer, but we're just gonna do regular flying. We're not gonna shoot each other. Rooster, select quad. Server's called CiottiFPV Freestyle. And it's in the America region. And I'm going to host a session. And somebody told me what map to do the other day, and I immediately forgot. It was Polyworld. It was empty Polyworld, maybe. And then it was... what was it? Man. Crazy Cube Cage. Gotta pull the chat onto the other screen here real quick. Chomper thinks Cocoon is nuts. Where's Cocoon? Cocoon. I don't see Cocoon. Man, there's a bunch in here. Holy cow. That just turned off. That's fine. Radio is high parasitic. Oh, radio has a high parasitic discharge rate. Powered off, the LiPo connected, it'll draw the pack dead in 8 days. Great! Way to go, BetaFPV! Woohoo! Nah, it didn't come with anything, Frank. Literally anything. Like, just the controller. Alright. Yeah, I should check it. Maybe while I'm checking this, somebody will, controller not oh, wow, look at that. Found it. Nothing is mapped. It did find it, though. That's pretty good. Okay. Shit. BetaFPV Tyrannus joystick. Look at that. Assign controller. Move stick on the controller that you want to suggest. Wait. What the hell just happened? Oh, boy. Assign controller. Move the stick. Okay. I moved the stick. Oh, cool. Oh, this is nice. Center the sticks. Okay. Look at this. This is a cool little... This is new. Oh, follow the sticks. Okay. Center the sticks. Move roll stick. Move pitch stick. Move yaw. Move throttle. What? Dude, way to go, Velocidrone. Look at that. That's not that hard. This radio doesn't feel bad either. The only other thing I need to do is map fire. Wait, no, I want to map fire on this one. So I'm going to map fire to this one. Yeah. Okay. I think. Yep. Cool. It works. Look at that. Well, hey, I'll give you guys a review of this. Well, I need a longer cable. Hold on. Oh, I know where I have one. Coming back, I swear.
Dinner's ready whenever you're ready. It's nothing that you're gonna. Okay.
Okay. Oh my god, really? There's not a there's like 12 fucking plugs on this USB hub. Every single one of them is taken? Come on. Really? What? No. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Now I'm unplugging it and replugging it in. I bet you it stops working forever. All right. Oh, this is cool. I've been wanting to try this radio. Frank, it's been there since April of 2020. Good God, I haven't reset a radio in a hot minute. That's pretty cool. I when I did that, I had to do it all manually. Select quad. Ooh. Okay. Andre, is it you that told me the map to try? If so, just tell me the name of it. When I try to pull Facebook up when I'm streaming it, it just takes forever. It's just all bad. Let's go with. Let's just do city for a little bit. Just because I'm just gonna fly freestyle for a minute because I mainly want to just get this. Nah, I've been cursing. Not as much Family Guyver. Once I figured out that people actually watch these streams, but I've definitely still let a couple fly. But I do have the ability to not curse that much. Wow. Okay. So the sticks. Jesus. The stick travel is much less, and it's making it feel like the rates are really high. See how snappy I'm flying? See like that? Wow. I don't usually fly. Oh god, I don't usually fly other people's radios for more than like a couple seconds. So I can't remember the last time that I had. Yeah, the last time that like. You guys know what I'm trying to say. It's nice and smooth. Wow, this rig has a lot of power too. Hold on. This is a little overpowered. Jesus, these sticks are really, really sensitive in the middle. Jesus, let me make sure that my rates are in. I feel like maybe my rates are in here. Wow. I'm gonna have to change rates in order to fly this radio properly compared to the QX7. That's crazy. Okay, let's get some of this power taken out here. I already have it down on 70. Let's go down to 60. And all right. Oh God! I am shocked at how hard of a time I'm having with maybe you know what I haven't. Maybe I've never flown one of these smaller radios. It's something that you would totally get used to. I'm not. Please don't take this as me being critical about the radio. This is me being critical about myself. And my inability to. I thought I was going to be able to get through that. And my inability to adjust. I'm shocked at how hard of a time I'm having adjusting. So I have to. Man, this thing is really small. I feel like I'm very quickly learning how spoiled I've been with the QX7S, or just regular QX7, because I don't have the S. I don't know why I said that. This rig makes a lot of, or maybe this controller is like, it's making me feel like in the middle of the throttle travel, a lot is happening. This is such a cool... Why did I just ram right into that? This is such a cool box to play with. So I am noticing that when I pinch, which is how I fly, my index finger hits the top. It hits the plastic of the transmitter case before I get to full throttle. So I'm having to kind of like move my hands around and pinch the left thumbstick a little bit higher up so that I can get to full throttle without my finger hitting the plastic of the case. Oh boy. I just took that to the face. Go-Kart Mozart. This is the BetaFPV Lite 2. I got it for $20 on Black Friday. And my hope is to use this radio as a tiny whoop radio. Since it's so nice and small. And I can like bring it into, you know, sketchy spots and do some gorilla whooping. This is cool because I can blame all the bad flying I'm doing on this controller. Yeah, it's me. I mean, you guys have seen me fly before. I can't fly like normal right now. I can't. I can't get comfortable. Go figure. I used one thing for 4 years, and I can't adjust to something different in 4 minutes. I must be a terrible pilot. That's how my brain works, basically. You guys just gotta... I just basically took my inner monologue and said it out loud. Oh, wow, that's new. Okay. So, Velocidrone has fixed... Not fixed, but let's say improved on the aerodynamics when you're diving a building. When you're diving a building and you look straight down, if you look in, it'll pull you in. See how it pulls me in? See how it pulled me into the building? That used to not really work all that well in Velocidrone, and now it works really well. Yeah, so you're off throttle, and when you look in, the aerodynamics of the rig literally pull you in, like you just saw. I started like 20 feet off that building, and I hit the side of the building by the bottom of it. That's really cool. I love that that's a thing, because I've always kind of used Velocidrone as dive practice, because otherwise you don't really get to dive things in real life all that often, you know? So the simulator is a great spot to try all the things that... Oh god, yeah, see that like overcorrection? It's the transmitter is not reacting, or no, it's not sending the same values that I expect it to, because I'm used to a radio with a different amount of stick travel. I thought I could salvage that, but it was too late. This is interesting, though. Spending time on a different radio. This is, I love getting to put time into... Usually, like, when you try other people's stuff, you try it for, like, 10 seconds. You know? Or, like, one battery. And you can't learn shit in one battery. It's really nice to spend, like, a week with something new. To really try it, so that you can adjust a little bit to it, right? Because, like, initially everything feels terrible. That's what she said. Initially everything new, not everything, but some new things feel terrible just because they're unfamiliar. The trick is to, yeah. Oh, that was a light pole to the fucking face at the bottom of a dive. Holy shit. There would have been nothing left. How does this racetrack even go? Yeah, this radio is not bad, but what a difference. Yeah, I'm starting to get it. I'm starting to... It just this feel... Oh, you know what this also is? Velocidrone doesn't have actual rates yet. This is also... yeah, this is... Let me try to... Let me try to get the center of the stick softened up a little bit more. That's going to help. Let's bring this down to 50. That's one of the problems that I'm having right now, is that the center of the stick does not feel right at all. Oh, that's satisfying. And that should be a little bit better. Wow, it's really weird to grab this radio. God, I'm like freaking out because I'm so shocked that I've never had this amount of weirdness with flying anybody else's gear. I guess the other thing would be that when I fly other people's gear, I tend to like kind of take it easy, whereas in here I'm just, you know, it's a simulator, so you don't take it easy. You go full banana pants the whole time. The controller also is kind of moving around in my hands a lot, so like when I reach for X amount of throttle, I'm getting like Y amount of throttle when the controller is not sitting perfectly in my hands. So that's interesting and annoying. Oh, wow. Yeah, see that? I didn't mean to look fully backwards there. Ooh! Yeah, buddies. Hey! Oh, I missed it. Yeah, get it in there. Alright, it's not bad. I mean, I'm able to do this. Here, let's, I have an idea. I'll give you guys a Velocidrone cinematic edit. Here, hold on. This'll allow me to like actually concentrate for a minute and and maybe I'll fly half decent. Here, so let me go over here to Epidemic Sound, my favorite new website now that I'm paying them $15 a month. I'm going to use the shit out of them. I want genres and electro. How about that? Alright, this will have to do. I'm going to try to fly to the music. Ready? That was fun. That was fun. Yeah, so I don't know. Does it? It's not bad. I'm gonna plug in my QX7 so you guys can see a difference. You're gonna see a difference. But this is a totally unfair test. Because this is a great big radio with nice big long stick throw. And I've been using it forever. Oh God! I see you. I see it. Okay, other USB cable plugged back in. I can't see the chat. Whoever's doing that, keep doing it. I love it. Alright, QX7. Oops, nope, I gotta turn it on first. And then I gotta plug it in. Alright, I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm just gonna fly to a song. M, Dauntless. If you hit M, it turns on the stick cam. Oh man, is it not gonna let me? Oh yeah, it is. Nice. Okay. I'm gonna leave all the settings the same. I'm even gonna leave the pit tune alone. I'm gonna pick another song though. I don't love that song. Let's see what I can find. Switch feels like it's about to break. Come on, Epidemic Sound. You could do better than this. I see it. I see it. Drama. There we go. That's the genre that I want. Drama. Oh shit. Well, this is it. We have found it. The song found me. All right, here we go. Hold on, let me turn the. Oh, you can't turn the propeller volume down. You're just gonna have to deal with the propeller volume. So sorry. See a difference? I did. And I had to spend half of that time readjusting. And the rates aren't... I changed those rates, right? So let's go back up to where this should be. I was actually having to, I could absolutely feel that this RC rate was too low. Let's do that. Let's do one more time. If you guys are cool with it. I can't see the chat, so I'll assume that you are. Tim says it took me a lot of batteries to get used to the Tango 2 from the QX7. 2, when's the last time you simmed not flying the Ass Blaster? The Ass Blaster is the name of the quad that you have to fly in combat mode in here. And last time I was in here, I wasn't using the Ass Blaster. I was just doing freestyle. So, but yeah, 2 really good points. If I can find a song that's not useless, maybe I should not do the drama genre. Let's do beats. How about this? All right. Oh yeah. I can fuck with this. All right, hold on. was fun. As I got more comfortable, I started pushing harder and trying more ridiculous stuff. And that's why I kept crashing. But that's what the sim is for, man. You should be crashing constantly in the sim because you just try the most crazy nonsense stuff ever. I'm gonna get caught up on chat and then we're gonna wrap it up. Hopefully that was enough simming for you guys with some pretty freaky stuff. I was going for it a little bit there. That is the way, in my opinion, to use trippy spins. I really don't like the look of trippy spins when you just lock into it and just orbit the same thing, because the thing that you're orbiting is on the top of the top of the footage, and then it just like weirdly rotates. But if you do basically what amounts to a half of a trippy spin around a building, I just find it to be absolutely gorgeous. As an example, it's this move that everybody asked me about way back in the day. Wasn't really way back in the day. It was like 6 months ago when I put this edit up. But for anybody that was wondering how I did this in this edit, it's kind of how. Content, and then where is it at? It's that night. It's that night edit. Should be down here somewhere. Where are you at, night edit? There it is. Night flow, though, that one. There is a movement in here that made people lose their minds, and it was just a quarter of a trippy spin. I think it's up here. Nah, I came around that building to the left there. Oh yeah, here it is. That's it. That's all it is. See it? You get it? Right? Roll right, coordinate, and just keep going around. You pick up the throttle when you have when your thrust vector is facing backwards so that you don't fall any farther away from the building. Yeah. No big deal. It's easy. Any kind of a comfort level when you're really off the reservation with that kind of stuff, when you're it almost feels like you're starting to fly 3D. Takes a long time, a long time, and there's still an amount of that I'm just kind of like, well, let's see. Like there are still times where I'll lean back and hammer the throttle, and it's like, this might work in theory, or I'll be picking up the pieces for days. It's part of it, man. The footage is forever. The quads can be rebuilt. The footage is forever. Dauntless had fun chasing me. Stick cam is the letter M. Talked about that. Remy Tim. Go-Kart Mozart says, I got one. I swapped out the antenna. I should post that video eventually. Nice. What radio are you using? We talked about that. Frank says that's a lighter, faster quad than you normally fly. It's not a pinching transmitter. Yeah, but it's nice that you can pinch on it. Here's what was happening. It was I don't know. It was just sort of like moving around in my hands. I don't know if I can reproduce it now. Yeah, I can. It just kind of moves around in my hands. You know what might help? CiottiFPV transmitter grip tape. Check out CiottiFPV, or I'll slay you with a sharpened shovel. Looks like I'm caught up on chat. Thanks for hanging, fellas. I can now put Sim Sunday in the in the title of the live stream. That's pretty dope. Sim Sunday and Q&A, and now I just need to change the thumbnail, and I'll feel better about myself. Thanks for hanging, guys. I love hanging out with each and every one of you. We're gonna do some Betaflight setup at another date. I don't know if I can say tomorrow night, because I think tomorrow night we have to do. I think tomorrow night's a giveaway night. I'm gonna have to check, see if we did them last week. I don't think I remember doing them last week, but yeah, I'm changing the thumbnail right now, so I'm like unable to think. And got it. Oh, that's right. I didn't stream at all last week, so it's definitely giveaway time tomorrow night. So yeah, I don't know how much, if any, of this Betaflight setup we'll get through tomorrow night, but maybe I'll do a Patreon stream tonight or tomorrow during the day to get some of this setup knocked out, because I do want to get these things up in the air. Thanks for hanging, you beautiful bastards. I will see you tomorrow night at 10 o'clock Eastern Time for our bi-weekly Patreon giveaways. CiottiFPV.com has a million different ways that you can support me. Some of them are paid, some of them are free, like affiliate links. Technically speaking, you can go in there and just click all the affiliate link buttons right now, and it'll drop my code into all those websites so that you don't even have to think about it. Next time you do an order, I'll get like 1% of that order. For nothing! Thanks, guys. Be good. 2021. Off to a good start already. Peace out, Blaz. Here's some random flying that I'll just grab from this folder here and click here and click there. Nope, I showed you guys that recently. Here's something old. Here's something from 2019. 2019... Ooh, a bridge. Oh, yeah. Something from the bridge in Charleston. Yeah. I haven't played that in a while. Maybe this is good. You're about to find out. Goodbye! Boop! This is Kiss. If you couldn't already tell already, you could probably already tell. Later.